1, 2.
Mic testing. Mic testing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Can I just encourage you all to move forward a bit, please, and let's leave the back for those that might be slightly tardy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see some familiar faces and new friends, I'd say. Welcome. Welcome to the Digital Her Conference, where the theme is digital transformation for the elevation of women. But before we go any further, I just want to invite you all to have a moment of silent prayers in your respective religion as a way to usher the presence of God into this conference this morning. Amen. Amen. So today is a day packed full of excitement. We want to encourage our viewers online to participate. Please feel free to ask questions online. We have our dedicated team that's monitoring your questions and also comments. So whatever you need to ask, whatever you need to suggest, please do so. And we have a session where we'll also go back to refer to those comments and questions to acknowledge, answer, and elaborate on any issues that you want to discuss. So those are our YouTube viewers and participants. Please just feel as if you're in the room with us, okay? And for those in the room, you'll also have the opportunity to take part in the panel discussions, to ask questions or comments as well. Okay. Come to me.
Thank you.
I didn't introduce myself. I just realized I didn't introduce myself. I was introducing the conference and not myself. Right, okay. So I'm Kippy Debs. I'm the Customer Relations Director for AfriCell Sierra Leone. And it's no surprise that we're here today because obviously at AfriCell we really value digital transformation in the workplace, in your homes, and in your lives, really. We have female engineers, and we're actually pushing to have more women taking up that field. So, and this is my colleague. She'll introduce herself.
I am Kurutomi Mina, the Enterprise and Business Director for AfriCell. So, as Kippy rightly said, AfriCell, we try our very best to empower women, and also digital is the way to go, is the way forward. So what Kippy did not mention is that she's also the lead for our digital pillar at AfriCell. So this is something that we do not take for granted. So we are keep cool. That's an in-house joke.
Well, yes.
Cool to me and keepy.
And this is our first hosting of an event together. We've sort of been saying to each other that, you know, our two names joined together, Keep Cool, which has a significance, to be honest. And we're actually standing here as Keep Cool today.
And we are going to keep it cool. And we encourage everyone to keep it cool today. Okay. So, quick housekeeping or highlights of the event. As Kippy already said, the topic for this conference is self-explanatory, digital transformation for the elevation of women. So if I would go to the words of the managing director for ELBA, she said, Digital Her is a day to support women to unlock their potentials, to empower women's innovation and continue the process of bridging the gap, digital gap. There are many inspiring examples of Sierra Leonean women who have stepped boldly and wholeheartedly into the digital economy. So their unique innovations have given them a distinct business advantage in their sector. So we hope to unlock those here today and see and get to experience what they have been doing in their respective field in the digital world. So housekeeping. The bathroom is right over there to my left. And there are exit, 2 staircase, and also there's a lift. So just in case there is no electricity, you will add to those steps count on your exercise watch.
In terms of the emergency exits as well, when we spoke about this, obviously there's exit that way. We won't encourage exit that way.
At all.
Because that's through the window and skyrocketing down. So please exit that way.
No parachutes are available, so use that way, please. Thank you. Here we also have our sponsors with us. We have Afisel, of course, that's obvious. We have EcoBank, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, PCS Holdings, and Local Commercial Bank. They have a vending table right there. So if you are yet to open an account with Local Commercial Bank, they're right over there.
And obviously SLCB as well.
SLCB.
They have a MasterCard, Visa card facility.
Everything is there. EcoBank and PCs. So let's use this moment to welcome the Managing Director for ELBA Group.
She's a dynamic young lady, young. She's fantastic. She's committed to this vision. And we just want to call upon our dearest sister, friend, Edlin Elba. Welcome.
Edlin, welcome.
Thank you, ladies, and good morning to everyone, distinguished guests, colleague business and professional women, and the media. On behalf of the team at ELBA SL Limited, I welcome you all in the room and online to Digital Her, brought to you through our Business Connect initiative and sponsored by our Tier 1 sponsor, Africell, EcoBank. Is the one they were using? Good. And our Tier 3 sponsors, Rokel Commercial Bank and PCS Group. Thank you for supporting our work and for contributing towards bridging the gender digital divide. This is ELBA SL's second annual event, curated especially for women, with the first being a breakfast for 100 women to network and discuss collaboration, which was held on the last day of March last year. Today I stand before you again, full of joy and gratitude that you have accepted our invitation to invest a few hours in your professional and business growth. As it stands in Sierra Leone, 49 female youth have digital skills for every 100 male youth. whereas the global average is 65 female to 100 male. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. As we continue to celebrate and elevate each other this month, we would like to highlight the importance of digital transformation strategies for improving our lives as business and professional women. Here in Sierra Leone, women have long been the backbone of our communities, displaying strength, creativity, and determination in the face of numerous challenges. It is no different in the workplace. However, we recognize that barriers still exist, hindering the full realization of our potential and limiting our access to opportunities. Whereas we recognize that some of those barriers may be internal, majority of them are deliberate or as a result of the state of the environment in which we find ourselves. Either way, it is essential for us to gather, to acknowledge these challenges, and commit to contributing towards the change we require. I always use my own experience as a woman who's been in business for 16 years as the yardstick by which I measure the ease of doing business in Sierra Leone. I'm educated, I have a wealth of experience and learned valuable lessons over the years. I nurture an enviable network, have the opportunity to influence policy, and yet I struggle. Why? I cannot be as effective as I want to be because there are challenges beyond my control, such as access to fast, affordable internet, manual processes, and access to efficient and effective government and banking services, which leave me with little time and headspace to explore digital resources, learn digital skills, and build an effective team. My frustrations trigger me to feel responsible for facilitating collective action, to explore solutions for myself and other women who find themselves in similar situations. This is why we are here today, to discuss the government's digital agenda and its potential impact on the way we do business, to explore digital solutions that could help develop Sierra Leone's economy, and to find out which digital skills we should be learning for our own professional and business growth. Our guest speakers will give us a regional perspective on inspiring inclusion and strategies for our professional and business growth. At our event last year, we announced that we were working on a new website that includes 3 features among others: a database of service providers and businesses in Sierra Leone, Salon Shop, which will feature products made in Sierra Leone and by Sierra Leoneans globally, and a repository of laws, policies, regulations, and procedures relevant to business. We're pleased to announce that the project is finally complete, and we are in the process of collecting and uploading relevant information. So visit elba-sl.com or scan the QR code on our X stands to register your business and find useful resources. Throughout the day, we will also learn about other digital resources that could help us do better business. We'll use this opportunity as well to recognize a few women who have stepped into the digital world to create solutions for social problems we face in Sierra Leone. There are many more out there whose names may be mentioned as we progress. And we can't have a digital Her conference in Sierra Leone without recognizing, in my books, the Queen of Digital, Ms. Vicky Remo, founder of Sweet Salon and VR&C Marketing. Vicky has been telling stories through various digital media for almost 2 decades, and recently opened the Vicky Remo Institute of Digital Communications for students, entrepreneurs, and professionals. Thank you, Vicky, for all you do to make Sierra Leone famous. Thank you all once again for coming, and I look forward to meaningful and thought-provoking engagement throughout the day, which I hope will leave us all feeling inspired, challenged and uplifted enough to take the next steps towards digital transformation for the elevation of business and professional women in Sierra Leone. I wish you all an amazing day.
Thank you very much, Madam Managing Director. We're just going to have a quick video.
My name is Salima Monomaba. I'm the Minister of Communication, Tech and Innovation. So the goal of the Sierra Leone Digital Transformation Plan is to as in the word saying, to transform government services to a digital format. We currently are bogged down by a lot of analog and paper-based processes. So in order to increase efficiency and effectiveness in terms of government services for citizens as well as public sector workers, the plan is to transform most of our services to a digital format. It is also to promote transparency and accountability. Currently, with our paper-based programs, it is very difficult to track and trace a lot of our processes. So by transforming them to a digital format, that would make that more efficient. And finally, in terms of the government's agenda, tech and innovation is a big five of the government's agenda in terms of this administration. And whilst that is a pillar on its own, but if you look right across the big five agenda, if you think of feed salon, tech and innovation plays a huge part of that. If you talk about public sector reform, that is really about how do we make public sector workers more efficient and effective in terms of government service delivery, but then also actually it's in the actual technical work that we do. How do we transform that to a digital format? So tech and innovation plays a big part. If you talk about human capital development, making sure that our workforce is ready for the 21st century and to make them more competitive. You talk about education, you talk about health, talk about education and health. Tech innovation plays a huge part of that, and a huge part of that, and also even the 500,000 jobs, the youth employment scheme. We know in terms of the world right now, looking at the GDP, that tech and innovation is a big part of that, and the government has made it a big priority. I would say in terms of the implementation or the progress of the government's digital transformation agenda, it started way before now. I think you talk about during the first term of His Excellency, the President, he established the Directorate of Science, Tech and Innovation and also appointed a Chief Innovation Officer. Both of these initiatives were first of their kind. We never had any of those before, and that really just showed the government's prioritization of this as a key enabler to deliver on its national development plan. So, and during that period, I think we've seen significant wins. When you talk about digital transformation, you talk about the work key MDAs have been able to accomplish. You talk about the National Revenue Authority, how they've been able to really transform how citizens are able to access and pay for their taxes. You talk about Ministry of Finance. So many of their systems have been transformed to an online format. Talk about the Human Resource Management Office. You talk about NCRA, National Civil Registration Authority, how people are able to apply now through an online format and get their digital identity. And we talk about education. Significant wins have been made within that in terms of the education system and introducing digital systems. And one of the ones which we're really proud of was the USSD examination results checker, really being able to solve that problem of how students were able to access their examination results, and just the challenge that faced, and also how expensive in terms of the financial burden that was placed on parents and guardians. And I think with what that platform has been able to do within the past couple of years that's been live, I think we've calculated that it saved parents and guardians around $2 million in terms of fees to purchase scratch cards. So we're really, I think through that process, there's been some significant gains being made in terms of digital transformation, which is why we believe, and His Excellency in his wisdom decided to scale up that agenda to create and establish a Ministry of Communication, Tech and Innovation. And the work still is still ongoing. I think even quite recently we see what the immigration office has been able to do, to really reform how citizens were able to apply for their passports. And also recently we see what the Ministry of Lands is doing in terms of introducing a land management system in terms of how citizens are able to apply. So within that, there's been absolute significant highlights, and this really goes towards why digital transformation is important, because as a government, we consider some of these services as basic services that every citizen in Sierra Leone has a right to access, and regardless of where they are, and also regardless of language barriers. So we understand the challenges that are created when citizens who live within the provincial areas have to travel all the way to Freetown to access some of these basic services. So that is the aim for us. If we can really move most of these services to an online format, it would allow citizens and really reduce the burden on them, financial and just inconvenience actually, in order in terms of accessing some of these services. And whilst significant progress obviously is being made in terms of the actual solutions, but actual progress has also been made in terms of the communication sector, because you can't have digital solutions and platforms without the critical enabler, which is a mobile and internet service being provided alongside that. So within the past couple of 5 years, we've seen the fiber backbone layout. We now have fiber backbone in 14 out of 16 districts in Sierra Leone. We've seen significant improvements in terms of rural connectivity, in terms of increasing our mobile penetration rates, because again, you cannot introduce digital platforms without one of all the critical enablers is devices. And we know most people, whilst there's laptops are great, but most people access and utilize their mobile phones to access some of these devices. So more effort is also being made in terms of being able to ensure that the devices as well as the mobile and internet services, we get to those in more hands of citizens, and we can increase that. In terms of where we are now, in terms of the establishment of a ministry, I think one of our initial next steps is, I think there's a need for more strategic alignment in terms of our digital transformation journey. We've seen a lot, and everybody is in a haste, and rightly so, in terms of every sector right now has a digital transformation initiative, which is absolutely amazing to see. But what we also need to see is more strategic alignment in terms of how we work towards these initiatives. We have to think about what is the national architecture and goal that we're working towards. There's a need to do more foundational development in terms of platforms, like in terms of looking at digital identity. These are foundational infrastructures or platforms that everything else is going to be built on top of. So a lot of work is going to go into that. There's also a need in terms of developing and enforcing standards and international best practices. So those are some of the areas that we're also working towards, to make sure that when we're building, we are looking at what are some of the standards that we need to be enforcing and implementing. So a lot of work is going into that as well. Also, a lot of work around coordination, we believe, which needs to happen, looking at right across the sector, the different sectors, having, as a ministry, having that bird's eye view of what the other sector are doing and what they need. I think then there's a need to do a little bit more coordination along the different sectors, because then that would ensure that we can do resource optimization, which will be more effective, and we could get more for the money that we're spending. So those are kind of the initial areas that we're looking to get into, as well as obviously the work doesn't stop in terms of digital transformation. We are still looking at some critical systems and platforms that we'll be introducing. We're also pursuing strategic partnerships with some other countries. as a government, we believe that we prioritize open source solutions. These are digital public goods. We believe that where there are solutions that others have built, and there's this international prioritization or push or movement towards using open source, we're looking to see where we can strike up strategic partnerships with some countries, such as quite recently the government of Kazakhstan, where we can leverage on some of the developments that they have done to see how we can accommodate and implement some of them over here, which will really accelerate our development journey, and just learning from the lessons and mistakes that others have made to ensure that we don't make those as well. I think it's absolutely important. I think when you talk about the digital divide and how the impact, the negative impact that is there with, I think if you look at the projection of women who have access to digital services and platforms and devices versus women who don't and who are in business, I think it is vast. We look at nowadays in terms of doing business, how so much opportunity and headway is provided via online. You no longer even have to set up a physical location. If you have access to a mobile device and internet service, you could have an online shop, and that works just as effectively in terms of looking at cost efficiency. So we know there's a massive social media in general has really transformed the way how people do business these days. So it is vastly important for women in business to have access to those opportunities, because we understand that, women face more challenges in actually maybe even leaving the home. All right, women have to take care of families and all of that. So if a woman could have an access to these services, maybe it means that they don't actually have to choose between pursuing their business and also taking care of the family home. We talk about also increasing their markets. And all of a sudden the whole world becomes their market, because they no longer just have to think about Sierra Leone. They could potentially market their businesses outside of Sierra Leone quite easily and efficiently. So again, that is absolutely important for them to have. So I think events like this, which showcase opportunities and areas, and for women to be able to identify and consider ways in which that could be possible, I think is massively important. But I think outside of also the business angle and using technology to do their business, I think there needs to be a call to get more women into the sector, into the women being the female engineers, and playing so many different roles. There's so many seats which women need to occupy within the sector, being actually when it comes to designing and developing what these solutions look like, because we know with more women at those tables and in those rooms, it would mean the solutions and systems that are being developed also address specific needs of women. So if anything, I think there should be also a massive call to get more women into our sectors, right from the school, looking at the school, when they're in high school, looking at universities, and just also in terms of career opportunities. I think there needs to be more showcase of so many career opportunities that are out there that women should be taking up. And I go into meetings where most times the only woman in the room, and I honestly feel as if it's such a shame, and I would really like to see how we open the door for more women to come through. One of the things which we are doing when it comes to when we speak about women in innovation, in technology, I absolutely believe that as a whole and as a country, one of the main accelerators when it comes to global economy and our GDP is going to be about how we can tap into the global tech ecosystem. So one of the things that we're looking to is, for us as a government and as a ministry, is how can we better support and prioritize and invest in tech innovators in Sierra Leone. So through that, we're currently collaborating with Columbia Law School and also students from Forabe College that are coming together, looking at international best practices when it comes to how we can best support the legal and regulatory environment for tech innovators in Sierra Leone. And we're looking at how we can adapt and implement some of those legislations in the country. And through that, we believe that when you look at the full life cycle of tech innovators, we believe that would also support and encourage women who want to consider that space as a career opportunity, would be better supported, and more investments could come into those areas.
Thank you. So you've heard it here from the Minister of Communication herself, that the government's agenda has its foundation in expanding digital transformation, especially for women. One of the key things that I grabbed from the video was when she said that basic services, innovation, technologies, basic services that every citizen has a right to access. And for me, over the past few years, I'd say the USSD results checker was the one that actually blew me apart, because I've had to see students time and time again going for maybe from junior secondary school to senior secondary school, having to bother parents, family, extended family for scratch card and money to get the results. But now you just can be anywhere. You can be at home, you can be in your farm, you can be anywhere. And USSD is the simplest form of technology for you to access the world outside. Definitely. So that was something key for me. Also, there's the expansion, as she mentioned, of the fiber, the expansion of fiber, and that means more and more people up country, just outside of the city, will be accessing internet services as well. And identification services. We all know that a progressive environment or progressive country needs to have recognized tagging, if you like. I know some people are totally against the word tagging, but recognized tagging, where we can actually identify each individual. We're all unique in our different ways, just like our fingerprints. We need to make sure that these systems are in place. And whether you're for it or against it, there's a need to actually identify each citizen specifically, because that just helps with everything that we do. And she also mentioned the communications, her portfolio that's working towards enhancing digital transformation in the country. And I think that's that's definitely a welcome move from the president and the government. So we're now moving on to look at digital women in their own spaces. One would ask, what is a digital woman? I'm not digital, somebody would say. I think as long as you can use a phone, you're digital. It's what you use the phone for that expands your digital footprint. So a digital woman would be somebody who's actively engaging in the digital space to enhance her career, her education, her business, her personal interests. If you've watched YouTube, you're a digital woman. If you have Netflix and you can access it and log in and log out and sign up, you're a digital woman. It's just actually now leveraging what you know into your personal space a bit more and your career. So we have a video here which actually just exemplifies that. 3 women, Vida Woods, Lavetta Bangura, and Asma James, who are using digital technology to enhance their environment and their personal aspirations. While we're waiting for the video, we just want to encourage our online viewers as well to don't be shy, just send in your comments, your suggestions, and questions that you may have to the team. We have a dedicated team here from Elba that will be looking at those and responding. We can respond instantly or during one of our intermissions. Kultumi? Yes. Could you just, we mentioned the expansion of the fiber. Is there anything you're able to tell us a bit more about that? Because I think a lot of people are more comfortable with the routers and MiFis, etc., but then you can actually have
Fiber to the home or
Yes.
fiber to any of your premise. So what Afisel has done from last year to now is to expand fiber infrastructure to the rest of Freetown. You know, the fiber infrastructure, there are two of them, one that goes all the way up to the 14th district, two remaining, the backbone. But the one that you can actually use in your home for your day-to-day connection is available. So we have the FTTH that you can subscribe for directly on your phone using AfriMoney. You book, somebody will call you, will verify your community, your location, and within 24 hours, you'll be able to access fiber directly to your home. It's a faster infrastructure. It gives you very good speed of internet. So you just dial *4777# and you book for the service. So while we are still waiting for that video, if you're here and you have Afisol SIM card and you are yet to activate AfriMoney, you can do self-registration by dialing *161#. You'll have the prompt, you do your self-registration. And yes, it's a digital world. Afisol have our application. You can also, we'll share the link later. All right, you can download the application and you get 500 megabytes instantly.
So what the application does is it empowers you to manage your own affairs, your mobile affairs. And as Kultumi mentioned, at Africell, we're working to ensure that the customer takes authority of what they do, of their own accounts. So the app absolutely just gives you that empowerment. Okay, we're still waiting for the video. In the meantime, after the video, we have a panel discussion, which I think everyone's here, which will be moderated by Ms. Madonna Thompson, CEO and senior partner of PKF Mason Hill. She's also a board member of PKF Africa. If I do say so myself, it's one of those ladies that I absolutely admire, and she knows that too. Whenever I meet her, I always say she's my favorite in her family, but don't tell the others.
That's a secret.
I think they all know now. Right, so the video is just coming up now.
Hello and a warm welcome to all of you who are part of this amazing Digital Her event. I'm Vita Woods, founder of Protect Us Kids Foundation and the CEO of Global Cybersecurity Advisory Group. I am absolutely thrilled to be a part of this incredible event virtually. Today, we celebrate the fusion of technology, cybersecurity, and women's empowerment right here in Sierra Leone. Cybersecurity isn't just about protection. It's about pioneering the future of our digital world. And it offers a landscape rich with opportunities for those ready to make a difference. The pathway into cyber, however, is rich with possibilities and offers a chance to engage in meaningful work that touches on everything we value about our digital lives. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, also affectionately known as STEM, is the foundation that is becoming increasingly accessible in Sierra Leone thanks to dedicated initiatives. From protecting sensitive information to combating cyber threats, careers in cyber are dynamic, rewarding, and critically important in our increasingly connected world. Your talents and interests in technology can lead to fulfilling roles that not only secure our digital spaces, but also champion innovation and progress. Sierra Leone is on a remarkable journey, led by visionary women at the forefront of tech and cyber. And their leadership not only propels us forward, but it lights the way for future generations. And I would like for them to receive their well-deserved flowers. First, let's honor Ms. Salima Manorma Ba, Minister of Communication, Technology, and Innovation. Ms. Ba is steering Sierra Leone towards a future where tech and innovation drive national development and prosperity. Her vision for integrating digital solutions into our growth strategy is not only inspiring, but transformative. Next, I'd like to recognize Ms. Mariama Yorma, the dedicated leader of the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, also known as NC3. Ms. Yorma's work is crucial in securing our nation's digital infrastructure, and through her leadership, NC3 ensures that Sierra Leone's cyber environment is robust, resilient, and prepared to face global challenges. Last but never least, we celebrate Ms. Gemma Pine Bailey, who serves as a beacon of cybersecurity awareness and education at NC3, as well as a volunteer at Protect Us Kids Foundation as the Global Youth Ambassador for Sierra Leone. Mrs. Pine Bailey's efforts in promoting cyber safety, particularly among the youth, are vital. Her work supports NC3's mission by fostering a culture of security and vigilance that reaches across all communities. These exceptional women are forging paths in tech and cyber, proving that the digital world is ripe with opportunities for those who dare to dream and innovate. To the young women and girls watching, many of the things you enjoy, from social media to gaming, not only connect you to the world, but also open doors to exciting careers in cyber. Your curiosity, your creativity, and passion can drive you to become leaders and innovators in this field. How, may you ask? Well, your journey through STEM is the first step toward a future filled with opportunities. Now imagine this, a career in cyber where the knowledge you gain today becomes the power you wield tomorrow to protect and innovate in our digital world. So here's a few things to take note of. Get out your notepads, your pens, paper, your cell phones. Starting first, take the science and math concepts you're learning now seriously. They will be your tools to understand complex cyber threats and develop strategies to defend against them. Think about the problems we face in our digital lives, both here in Sierra Leone and around the world. Your innovations in cybersecurity solutions could be the key to solving these challenges. And most importantly, your voice has the power to educate and lead in your community. By sharing your knowledge and passion, you will encourage others to step into STEM and follow your path. And remember, your skills are needed everywhere, from government agencies to the private sector, such as hospitals and agriculture and energy and financial services, just to name a few, as well as to cutting-edge tech firms. You have the potential to shape both public policies and private sector strategies for a safer digital world. Careers in cyber are dynamic, extremely rewarding, and vital for our digital safety. These opportunities, however, are not just about engaging in meaningful work, but also about leading innovation, progress, and achieving equality in the tech industry. Your future contributions would not only secure our digital realms, but ensure diverse voices are heard and valued in tech. Notably, the collaboration, support, and collective brilliance between both men and women in cyber and tech is also just not beneficial, but essential for fostering innovation and ensuring resilience. Together, we can move Sierra Leone forward to unimaginable heights. As we move forward with this digital conference, let's embrace the spirit of innovation, support one another, and celebrate the achievements that bring us together today. By joining hands, we can achieve great things, inspire the next generation, and build a safer, more empowered digital Sierra Leone. Thank you for being part of this journey, and together let's continue to push boundaries, innovate, and lead the way to a secure digital future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lebeta Bangola, co-founder, communication and operation lead at A-System. At A-System, we are committed to providing access to quality and practical education, particularly in the last mile areas, thereby bridging the digital divide for young people. Our mission is to inspire new generation of leaders and innovation, even in the most remote corners of the world. Through our initiatives like the A-System server, which provides easy and reliable access to quality learning materials offline. Even in the remote places, we ensure that no child is left behind in what we do. Through our A-System community outreach programs, we ensure that every children, regardless of where they find themselves, have practical STEM skills. At A-System, our core values are equity, innovation, collaboration, and impact. These values drive our mission to empower every student with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed in the 21st century workforce. Last year, regardless several challenges, our initiatives benefited over 600 students. At Tasso Island, a digital remote village, kids are using the eSystem server for learning, and they have accessed the learning materials in our server over 6,500 times and counting. This year, we aim to be more radical in our approach towards empowering women and girls in what we do. At the Digital Conference Hub, we are looking for resource support and young women who are already in the digital space that will work with us in helping, inspiring, and equipping young girls across the country and show them what is possible. Join us in bridging the digital divide.
Asma James is my name, and I own Rise Radio and also AJ Networks, that is the parent body for Rise Radio. As a broadcast journalist, I use the digital space to connect with my audience, share information, and tell stories that matters. Also, as we all know, there is power in the digital space, and the power of the digital space also creates positive change in our lives. We use different media platforms. We use online now to broadcast, and this has also very positive change. Yes, certainly there are challenges. It can be very, very difficult to build and maintain your following in this digital space nowadays. There is a lot of competition in the digital space, and also it can be hard to balance authenticity and professionalism in the digital space, and also keeping up with the ever-changing technology and platforms is also a very challenging one. But as someone who has been in this space for a very long time, I can navigate my way, and it has been very good for me. And the digital space is just wonderful. There are definitely work to be done to make your work very easy as a broadcast journalist, using the digital space and broadcasting online. So you have to stay up to date on the latest technology and trends, and also keeping up with the best practice. Okay. And also keeping up with the best practices for digital content creation, and also learning how to effectively use analytics to improve engagements that you have on the different platforms that you broadcast. But so on a whole, the digital space, like I said earlier, is a very good space also, and it helps improve in so many ways, especially for us broadcast journalists, or radio station that broadcasts online. We have Facebook page, we have Twitter account, we also have YouTube channel. So this space it's just growing, and I know there are challenges, but with time and with the new technology, the new softwares, hopefully here in Sierra Leone we'll be able to use those technologies so that we can improve on the way we broadcast.
You did clap for everyone else, so I think Asma deserves a clap as well. Right, so we're moving on swiftly to the panel discussion. The first panel discussion is looking at exploring how government is using technology to enable women to do better business. So I've already mentioned and introduced the fabulous moderator, Miss Madonna Thompson. Just also now to call on the panel members. We have Ms. Kumba Musa, Director of Technology in the Ministry of Communications, Technology and Innovation. We have Mr. Chibli Kamara, the Deputy Commissioner of Labour and Ministry of Employment, Labour and Social Security. If I can call you to come up, please. We also have Ms. Kezia Salankole. I hope I said that correctly. Head of Raquel Simcopo. Oh, I love Simcopo. At Raquel Commercial Bank. There's one more, but I don't believe she's here yet. Anyway, moving. We need to also encourage our YouTube participants. Listen, engage, and ask questions. This is an opportunity that's very valuable, and when we're talking about the tech space and the digital transformation in Sierra Leone and overseas, we want to make sure we get the best advice, questions, and support. So, first panel.
Good morning, everybody. Kippy has given me a marvelous introduction. She's someone I also greatly admire as well. Thank you, Kippy. The panel has already been introduced. I think we're missing one, and that's from the National Investment Board. That's Madam Mahawa Sandy. I hope she'll join us. I think she's at the 11th floor. Yeah. She was here, but she went up and said she'll be back down. So hopefully, I don't know if you can send somebody to actually give her a nudge. Okay. Now we've heard from all our speakers about the importance of the digital space. And we all know that it helps in various manner, from financial inclusion to disaster preparedness, health, education, government services, and so on. And today we are particularly putting the focus on how we can improve this for women. Now I will go first to the ministry, and we've heard from the Honourable Minister. And we know that in terms of digitalization, having a mobile phone or internet connectivity is just the end of it. The base of it is actually starting with literacy, starting at schools, and also accessibility in rural areas. The last data, this might have changed, but the last data I have shows that our penetration in terms of internet penetration is just about 21% approximately. So how is the ministry? I know you're working as well with DSTI. How do you go about to actually, one, improve that penetration and make it higher, especially to rural areas as well, and two, in addressing the digital literacy from the young age of primary school?
Yes. So the issue of accessibility to connectivity in the provinces, this has been something that we have suffered from a lot. When we travel, when we go to the provinces for some field work, we go to some areas, we can't communicate with others in town to give some important information. So that is something that we have suffered from for a long time. What the ministry has done, one, it's working closely. One of the agencies under the ministry is the Universal Access Development Fund. Now, the responsibility of this fund is to expand connectivity to rural areas. That is what this entity was created for. And I'm very happy with the strides that this agency has been able to do. Very recently, they launched a couple of towers that they have deployed in some underserved areas in the provinces. We understand that for entities such as AfriCell that we have here, it's not commercially viable. I understand that for commercial entities like yourselves to go to those areas where the population is scarce, the earning power is very low. So and also to deploy these services in those areas require a lot of investment. There is power, there's setting up the site, there is security, there is fuel. It costs a lot. So that is why UADF exists. It is their own responsibility now to use their fund to expand connectivity to those areas. So that is one work that this agency is doing under the leadership of the ministry. Next, the ministry is currently being supported by World Bank for the project called the Sierra Leone Digital Transformation Project. Now, one of the key components within this project is expanding connectivity to rural areas. Obviously, before any work can be done, there is some assessments that needs to happen. Now, that is what is about to start. Understand where the gaps are, understand where these underserved areas are, understand what's the population in those areas, understand what financially it would cost to deploy, to extend these services to those areas. That assessment would happen first, and next, thankfully, we're being supported with some funds to help to actually deploy these services now in those areas. Now, those are two of the key things that the ministry is currently supervising to improve accessibility, and hopefully, AfriCell, it would also help improve affordability, because it's not only to drive these services to those areas, but for people to be able to access them. If it's here and I can't afford it, I won't use it. I'll continue with what I'm doing. As a woman in those areas, I will be locked out of many opportunities that I would only be able to know of if I go online. So it's not only a matter of driving accessibility, but there are very strong conversations to be had around affordability. So in summary, those are the things that the ministry is doing.
Going back to your statement on being commercial viable, that is one of the main barriers. I think Madam Melba also touched on it as well during her introduction. And for us as business owners, that is one of our biggest costs, especially if you're using the platform to actually trade or communicate outside of Sierra Leone. So you need to ensure that you can respond, and if someone is buying your goods online, they can actually go through the process seamlessly without it crashing, freezing, and so on. So in order for you to have competent internet, in most cases you have to spend more. So do you think that is something that as a government or through some other channel to work with the internet providers, because the internet providers will tell you that it's because of the cost they have to pay to the person supplying the backbone of the internet?
So the conversations around accessibility goes right along with affordability. We can't look at one and not to look at the other. So recently, about 2 weeks ago, the ministry just validated the national broadband strategy. Now, that strategy is how we can get these connectivity services to underserved areas, how we can incentivize these private sector operators for them to go to those areas, because we understand it does cost a lot for them to extend these services. So it's not only a matter of telling them, you have to go there. Who provides the funds for that? It's a lot. So we just validated the strategy. We're currently just incorporating the feedback that we got from that validation. within that strategy now, we have a bunch of recommendations on how we can drive both accessibility and affordability. When that strategy is finally accepted, it's finally adopted, then we'll start publicizing what we have decided to do as a ministry. And also with the validation of that strategy, it was not only representatives from the ministry that did the validation. It was actually largely driven by the private sector. They contributed to the development of that document because we want these things to be realistic. They should tell us, okay, if the government provides this type of, the buzzword is always enabling environment. So if the government provides this enabling environment, we are willing to do this. We are willing to go this extra mile. So for now, that is the documents that we're banking on to drive both accessibility and affordability.
Thank you. I'll go on to the Ministry of Labour. Can you just elaborate for us what role Labour is playing in the digital space, and how soon will we get to the point where companies can apply for work permit or contract attestation online and go onto your site, get all the information, do everything online? Are we close? Are we close to that, or are we far away from that?
Thank you. That's $1 million question, but it's a good question, actually. Well, let me first of all start by saying thanks to the organizers of this program for inviting the Ministry of Employment, Labour and Social Security. And then I'll go on to say that as a ministry, in collaboration with other social partners, we have reviewed our laws that gave back to a number of new laws. And in that, you have several provisions, for example, notification of job vacancies by employers. So what have we done? So the ministry, together with its social partners and with support from the International Labour Organization, we have developed the Decent Work Country Program Phase 2. That program provides for the establishment of a labour market information system. It's a digital platform. It's going to be a digital platform, actually, where all those involved in the world of work, I mean the labor force, it can be employers, it can be workers, it can be interns, etc., etc. They can go to that platform. If you are an employer, for example, you can notify your vacancy through that platform. If you're a job seeker, you can apply and try and get your labor card. If you are an employer requiring the services of foreign workers, you can also apply for your work permit. I must say that we have, because all of that, this actually involves money. So what have we done is, through the ILO, we have contracted a national consultant who has developed a resource mobilization strategy paper. We are at the stage of finalizing that. So once that is done, resources are there, we now go into implementation. And that is where we're going to talk about setting up the labor market information system. Just before I came here, and that's where I'm going to apologize, I was a bit late, we had a meeting with the African Development Bank. They're working on a project proposal with a view to creating jobs in line with the president's pronouncement. And we hammered the point of the labor market information system. It was well taken, because in no way you're going to talk about you've created X number of jobs if you don't have a platform that will give you the basis. So you find out with the passage of time, you should be in the position, if you have that platform, to say, for example, 2024, we created X number of jobs, 2025, Y number of jobs, etc., etc. So that is what we are doing in summary. So how soon? Well, our ICT manager is working on several platforms that will eventually feed into the labor market information system, whether it has to do with cash transfers to the aged, whether it has to do with registration of workplaces, application form, whether it has to do with application forms that has to do with work permit, whether it has to do, as you indicated, labor traveling clearance for employers who are foreign employers, I must say, who are working in this country, would want to know, should they want to leave, whether they have labor and employment obligation, because we don't want to see a situation where employers who work in this country, particularly foreign employers, and then they leave. Following their departure, they have, whether it is end of service benefit that they have to deal with, whether it is redundancy compensation. So we want to know. So if once that platform is up and running, you can go into that platform, you apply, and then et cetera, et cetera. So I like the what the minister said, coordination among sectors. That is key. So once that is there, whether the employers are in the private sector or they are government, they can upload that information. And we should be in a very good position to be able to also link up with the two ministries of education, particularly Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, because what we've noticed is that there is a skills gap. And some of these institutions, the courses they offer, some of them are not speaking to the modern realities in the labor market. So if you have the labor market information system, we should be in the position to get onto the tertiary education ministry, which will in turn link up with higher education system with a view to seeing how they can review curricula, depending on what is obtained in the labor market. So when that is done, you pursue a course, that type of course is in the labor market, then people should be able to secure jobs. And then, in addition to that also, the platform will enable us to monitor. I know you often hear about labor migration. We are actively involved in that because it is going to be difficult as it is now for the labor market to absorb all those job seekers looking for jobs. So once you have that platform, it could create the enabling environment for us to be able to not only facilitate the transmission of job seekers from origin country, that is Sierra Leone, to various destination countries, and to monitor. Once we are able to do that, it will help in reducing some of the risks that are involved in labor migration, et cetera, et cetera. So at this juncture, I think I will pause a bit. And
thank you. I'll just go back to some other points you said. In terms of getting details of the employer, I think one of the things we have to be very cautious of is that not to make it to the point that it kind of becomes a barrier, because technology of itself at times can be, can actually become a barrier to employment, barrier to labor, because if an investor coming into the country can see that they can go through a more streamlined process in Liberia or Guinea than Sierra Leone, they will opt to say, well, why do I have to go through that? I can easily do that in a neighboring country, and my goods can be transported in and out. So as much as we put in all these regulations and digital stuff, we need to also ensure that it is streamlined and it is not cumbersome at all. It has to be forward thinking within the next 10, 20 years rather than regressing. You spoke about in terms of moving, in terms of people getting jobs elsewhere. I am, in my own personal view, I'm not in favor of that, because that's a brain drain to what we already have. We need people to stay. But if they're going out legitimately to other countries, hopefully that can develop them even further, and then return again, hopefully, with those skills and also impart it on us. Thank you very much. So just to clarify, at the moment, if we want data about how many are unemployed in various sectors, do we have that data?
So that is why we are. Sorry. That's why we are in a hurry. As you may know, our current minister, I always call him still information minister. He was the former information minister. He's in a hurry. He wants to see that get done the day before yesterday. But let me just quickly come to this point. LMIs don't restrict employers. That's a very important and salient point you've made. That is why when you're developing platforms of that nature, or if you're developing legislation or policy, you think national and then international. You look at international best practice to see what actually worked. Because we are aware of the fact that we live in a competitive world. So if you make your own situation very stringent, as you indicated, employers will decide to go to other countries. On the issue of labor migration, Madam Moderator, it started before you and I was born. So it is not something that you can easily stop. What you do is put in place legislation mechanisms to ensure that from origin to destination country you monitor. How do you do that? In some countries, if they realize they have large numbers of their nationals going to certain countries, they send what we refer to as labor attachés. So once they are there, they work with the embassies there and see how things can be done. So another way of doing that also, you sign bilateral labor agreements with destination countries, and you set up technical committees and you monitor. Once you're doing that, you find that and I tell you what, labor migration can actually immensely contribute to the GDP of the country. We are very recently in Kenya, we realized that about 5% of the GDP comes from labor migration. So it is something, it is good, yes, but the good news also is that government is embarking on human capital development. So as it continues, you realize you will have a pool that can serve Sierra Leone and then externally. So that is what I'll say for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Go over to the bank. I'm a customer of your bank and the other banks here as well. I won't say who's my favorite. It depends on the day, on the service you provide. Now, we know you've had the digital switch. We had all the information about that. It hasn't, not everyone has felt the digital switch because some people were asking what's different and so on. So can you just give us a summary of that a bit more so people can actually understand what exactly has made the practical difference in our day-to-day banking with the digital switch?
Okay. Talking about the digital switch, it is all about Talking about the digital switch, it is all about interoperability. So what we will see in the near future is that all of these services that we are grappling to get in the digital space will all be interconnected into one space, wherein you can transfer money in and out of accounts and other digital space in the ecosystem just like that, seamlessly. So that is what the switch is all about. Making the services interoperable so that I can be able to take money from my account, transfer it to a mobile wallet seamlessly without having to go register for a bank-to-wallet service from a bank or something like that. So that is what the switch is talking about. Presently, the first phase has been done. That is the card stage, which now enables a bank like Rokel to be able to use our local card on other ATM machines. Before now, we have our local card and it can only work on our ATMs. But now with the advent of the switch, all the banks that have been connected to the switch, we are now able to use the local card on their ATM. So those are some of the advantages that it will offer to the public as a whole.
One of the things in terms of the digital space for women, if we're looking at to businesses, the e-platform for business, it's very quick. However, we still struggle with the fact that a check takes 3 to 5 working days to clear, it only clears the same day if it's the same bank. It takes 3 to 5 working days to clear. If you transfer money online, because I use the e-platform quite a lot on all the various banks, if you make a transfer online to somebody, say I am at EcoBank, I pay someone, Leons, at Rokel. That money is not credited immediately. It takes 2 to 3 working days. I actually inquired, somebody says he has to either go outside before coming in or has to go through the bank to get to the central bank before coming down or something.
Well, that's all will
something
be.
like that.
The switch will take care of that as well. It will be part of the second phase, which is the instant payments phase. Let me say you do a transaction online using the Rokel online banking service. For now, it takes a day for the money to be transmitted to the other bank, for example, to EcoBank. But with the advent of the switch, it will be seamless. It will be same-day transfers. So that is the importance of the switch. By the time it is switched on, sending money across to banks will be seamless. It will be instant, real time. You do your transfer now to another bank, the next moment you have your alert, the money has been credited into that account. So those are some of the advantages of the switch.
And would that include the check? Because now you can snap your check and then you upload it and then it gets, not obviously not here, but yeah.
Exactly. That is not yet in Sierra Leone. We don't do that as of now. But you know, the digital age is growing, and the market is really, the digital space is dynamic. So if you have to, keep up with what is happening in the world, you need to enhance your services daily. So we look forward to such age when our check will just be scanned and then be deposited into accounts. I know we will reach that phase. But for now, we don't have that in Sierra Leone. But the services we do have that you can transfer money to the bank will be made seamless with the advent of the switch.
And what's the outreach in terms of the provinces? Because we tend to focus quite a bit, in Freetown. And if you're manufacturing or producing your goods from the provinces, you don't need to send them to Freetown. You can just do everything from there onwards in terms of connectivity to your online platform. So what's your outreach there in terms of accessibility, and also if you have a data as to how many percentage of people, your customers in the provision areas are signed up to internet banking?
Well, looking at the internet banking, we will say we look at it as the total of people that are signed up. It doesn't matter the location, because whether you're in the provinces or anywhere in the world, as long as you have access to internet, you'll be able to do transactions. So it doesn't matter the location where the customer is presently located. It is just about having access to a good internet facility, and you'll be able to do your transaction or whatever service you want to do. Presently, for RC Bank, we are in all the provinces. We are everywhere in Sierra Leone. So even outside Sierra Leone, our platform has made it possible for people to be anywhere in the world and be able to do transaction as if they are here locally. That's what we've done at the RC Bank. And talking about people in the provinces being able to do transaction, as long as there is good connectivity, because that's what we are driving on, you'll be able to do your transaction.
Thank you very much. Madam Mahawa, any sign of her? Because she had all the questions regarding the businesses and how are they going to make it easy, easier for businesses, to and not only to register but actually to use the platform in. So we can take comments from the audience. Okay. The floor is open.
Please, let's give a round of applause to the first panelist. I believe it's a successful one. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've heard from the Director of Communication from the Ministry. Please, the floor is open for questions, feedback, and for those that are with us online on YouTube, please don't forget to send in your comment. Letitia and Aliyu, we read them. What Kumba has said, accessibility and affordability. So it's a good thing knowing that the government, in partnership with World Bank and UADF, will ensure that the accessibility is there towards underserved area within the provinces. Affordability, that is something that we, the NMOs, have to work on, because having access to internet, you need to pay for the service. And to pay for the service, you need to afford the service. So it is our responsibility to ensure that we come up with packages specifically for these platforms, social media especially, so that women and others, we know who the others are, will be able to access this platform to access education, to promote their businesses, and also to expand on their market. The labor market information system is something that we all want to see, because we know that the president agenda, part of human capital development, is to ensure that we have 5,000 jobs created within the next 5 years. So that is something that we need to measure. That is something that we need to quantify. So we know the minister wants it day before yesterday. We just hope that it is fast track so we can get access to that space. So the floor is open.
So I have a question.
Please go ahead. Okay.
I actually have a question. I was sitting or standing there, and when my friend from Rokel Bank was speaking, and the other panelists, I was just actually thinking, what are we doing specifically for women? Because obviously, banking is key when a woman's trying to establish a business. So what are the banks doing to encourage more women to move away from traditional banking into the digital space where they can keep their money safely?
Okay. With regards to women, in Rokel Commercial Bank, we have lots of services that have been tailored for women. We have our SME scheme, which we've tailored so that we can have when you look at the traders, the businesses, most of these people, when you look at the populace, they are all women. So we have financial literacy trainings that we do organize for them. Also, we have loan schemes. We give them we give them loans in clusters. We also have the military. We give loans to their wives. We have all of these packages that we give out. We give agricultural loan to women. We give the cluster loans. We have all of these packages for women. So we have so many products that we've actually patterned to cater for women and empower them in the financial space.
So the accessibility again, that question comes in. I know the packages are there, but are they restrictive in a way that even though it's there, they can't access it? What some of the criteria? Are the criteria going to be such that it would allow women to actually access those facilities that you have?
Sure, it does allow women to access them. And also what we've done is taking banking to their doorsteps. So we have our agency banking that is all over the country, so that when you have your loan is being paid into your account. Without coming to a bank branch, you can easily walk to an agent point and be able to access your cash and do your investments or whatever business you want to do. So all of those are what we've done. We have our mobile banking application, making it convenient. We know that when you look at the woman, our schedule is so tight. So having women come to the bank to do transaction is a bit tight for the gender. So what we've done is create mobile banking application that they can easily use from wherever they are, relieving them from the stress to come to the bank to do transaction. And sometimes you walk into a bank branch, you see that there is a long queue, and you'll have to wait to access your cash. So with the agents around the country, just maybe your neighbor is an agent, so you can just walk to those points and be able to access your cash. Also, those services run 24/7. So with that also, that you don't have the stress to say the bank will close at 3:30, I will not be able to access my cash. You know that any time of the day, you can easily access your cash. You can also use our platforms to be able to pay for goods and services. So it's not just about taking physical cash. You can easily do transfer. If you want to pay for goods, you want to pay for services, you can do transfer. So you can actually do business with our application.
Can I just go back to the loan? Has it changed in terms of the barriers to the loan? Because we know you cannot access loan without having a house, without having or land, or some big asset, because some cars and other stuff are not really acceptable. It's either property, and sometimes one of the barriers is though the woman might be living in the property, but the name of the deeds is probably her husband or partner, so that is difficult for her to use that without obviously the partner's permission. and also in terms of interest, because I think the last time I checked, interest was 27%. And that is a killer for anybody, whether it's a small, medium, or even large-scale business. 27% or even 20% is a bit high. So has that changed, or do we still have these barriers to, in terms of security for the loan and in terms of the interest of the loan?
Okay, talking about the SME package for women, they are being tailored. So looking at that particular package, you don't need to have like that kind of collateral to be able to access a loan facility. In the clusters, you will have maybe 8 people coming together to get this loan. We have guarantors, like this association will have maybe their chairperson to stand as guarantors on their behalf to ensure that they pay. And also having clusters. When you have this cluster, the default of one person will affect the rest of the team. So that also is a deterrent for them to pay back the loan. Those are some of the things that we've put in place for them to be able to actually pay. So when you look at the collateral like house and all, they are not actually required for such loans. They are small loans that we give to help them enhance their businesses.
Okay, and I'm just going to say this. The term SMEs, I think in Sierra Leone it has a different meaning, because SMEs, they just think it's just the traders, the market women, the rural women. I am an SME because I'm not a large business. SMEs involve lots of ladies in this room. It's small, medium enterprise, which means, and that depends on the income, your revenue, and so on and so forth. So when I think about SMEs, I'm thinking about the normal business. Even Elba.com is part of an SME, you know? So those businesses, if we want to go for a loan, we still have that barriers, because I will tell you, applying for an overdraft, you might as well apply for a loan. It's as cumbersome as applying for a loan. An overdraft, which should just be one phone call, you show you can pay, boom, bam. But it's still the same process as applying for a loan. So I'm not going to put you on the spot anymore. But I think since we're online as well, I think this is something the banks, all the banks should actually, pay attention to, that SME is actually all of us. It's not just the traders, the groups of market traders and so on. It's all of us. And really, sometimes we need that overdraft facility, because sometimes you can have a bad month and you need just that overdraft for just 1 month or 2 to just spin you over. But to apply for that, you're going through a process as if you are remortgaging. So I think all the banks, I think you need to actually address that. Madam EcoBank is looking at me, smiling, nodding her head. Please take note.
Commercial Bank and all the other banks, that's a point for you to take note. So now, Letitia, do we have any comments online?
Yes, and this goes to Rokel Commercial Bank again.
Oh, boy.
So you mentioned that we could actually do business or pay for services or goods. And we have Sama Fauna King, who, and she says, to RC Bank, when can we use our ATM card to purchase at restaurants or supermarkets? At this moment, this is not working. They tell us it is the bank's fault. She would like to hear from you on that. And again, another one from her. She says, from Alpha, sorry. For RC Bank rep, what are the different charges for using TAM, ATM, within the same bank or another bank? Okay,
talking about using our ATM cards in the restaurant to pay for goods and services. This digital space, you work on products, and it's a gradual process. So that phase we are working towards, getting customers to be able to use their cards to make payments for goods and services in restaurants and the like. And talking about the charges is just 5 million. That individual can contact the bank, because maybe what I'll talk about the charges now, saying that it's 5 million, it's not the only charge we want to know about. So if that individual can contact the bank, we'll give him detail of our charges.
Okay, so I'm sure she might have got that. Okay, this is another one. So let's say someone visits uses their card in another bank, and then at some point the card gets stuck. how long or what's the instant move that person could make?
Well, the person can report to the bank that the card has gotten stuck in a particular ATM. Then we can liaise with the bank. If it is another bank, we can liaise with them and see how we can retrieve the card from that institution.
Thank you. Do we have any feedback question from participants in this room, please? Okay.
Thank you. Since this is my first intervention on this grand event, I would like to thank the organizers for bringing this panel together. It's wonderful, smart people from all walks of life. My two things. One around the digital accessibility and affordability question. I think there's a lot of discussions being had around that, and I think the AfriCell lady tried to talk around that. Now, the representative from the ministry did call out UADF and their responsibility, and it's actually important to call out here the essence of UADF is to provide universal access to every citizen in this country. So it's almost like a universal mandate. And the way they fund that, it's very important, whether it's through the MNOs, the telcos, and I think there's a mechanism around that. Yes, you can always say money is not enough to actually get to those remote areas, but it's really not an excuse. It has got to be delivered to the people. One way we can actually talk, I mean, when you talk about access and affordability, there are two main barriers, really. One is deployment, and the second part really is adaptation. So the deployment aspect is what you're actually worried about in terms of investment, how much it's actually going to cost you, rights of way, access, fixed point, locations. So I think the way around that, in my view, is co-location. For instance, in other countries, every postal network is actually being used on MNOs and telcos actually partner with those locations. I don't know if any of you have commercial banks here. The biggest commercial bank in Sierra Leone only have about 10 or 13 fixed location. Yeah. Sierra Leone Postal Service is about 38. So you're talking about agency banking, you're talking about co-location, whether you can bring antennas and installations. Those are things, so you reduce your initial outlay in terms of OPEX by simply coordinating with other agency entities. So there's a way around that. And that's probably one of the reasons, the essence of some of these meetings, to collaborate, people actually find ideas around these and find solutions around these. To the banks, you talked about switch. I don't know whether you're talking about mini switch or what interoperability, that's all fine. In my world, if you are completely, totally interoperable, so if I'm withdrawing money from my debit, my current account, using my debit card, I don't really see any reason why you should actually be charging me for taking my own money. You don't charge me when I go over the counter to take my money. Why are you actually levying a fee of me for taking my own money? It's not a credit card, it's a debit card I'm using. It's my current account, it's my money. Why are you actually levying charges? I'll let you answer that question instead of me actually trying to suggest what the reason is. Thank you very much.
Okay, for the charges for the cards, we have costs, we have operational costs. And even the switch, we are talking about the national switch, it does not come free of charge. There are costs attached to it. So there are lots of other costs that you're not seeing that we need to take care of. And as you know, the bank is a profitable institution. We cannot just give services and then we make loss out of them. So that's the reason why we are levying some charge. That is why we've tried to make the charge very minimal in Rokel Bank.
I think I know where he's coming from. Because in advanced countries, there's free banking. You don't pay for checkbooks, you don't pay for deposits, you don't pay for withdrawals. Like in the 70s and 80s, they used to pay. But I think since the 90s, most countries have kind of stopped that. So I think that's where he was coming from. Because now every month we get ping, 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 all the charges coming out.
Well, it's a gradual process. As you say, in the 80s, they were charging, and now it's no more. So we are getting to that age. Now we are getting this national switch, which will encourage interoperability. That will also reduce the charges. So we'll get to that point. Like for now, if you want to transfer money using our mobile banking application from one local account to another local account, it's free of charge. Checking your balance is free. Accessing your bank statement is free. So we'll get to that level wherein our cards will be used for free on ATMs.
Thank you. And to comment on the co-location, that is something that we are doing with other MNOs. And the essence for UADF is universally owned. It's not owned by any operator. So all operating mobile network can access that infrastructure and provide the service. So that's the whole essence on the co-location. That will reduce cost. So now I think your very favorite person is here. She was missing in action. Maybe she can give a 2-minute speech or something.
We're conscious of time. But your role is quite important because we're talking about businesses. And I know the NIB was recently created and it has aspects of the CAC and Sleeper and so on, all in one. I don't know how you work in terms practically at the moment because I know it's just been created. But I've seen on social media you having meetings about FDIs and also encouraging more investment in businesses. So if we're going through looking from the CAC side of things, there was a time, I think under the leadership of Madam McKay in CAC, where if you register a business, immediately with that registration comes your NRA registration, your NACIS registration, and FCC registration. But that is not necessarily the case now. So I just want to know how is it that NIB is going to aid the digital space in making it easier for business to register, just a one-stop shop kind of thing. We don't have to be going through several institutions, and then we can download any registration things as well. So over to you.
Thank you. My apologies for coming down late. I was at another official event, and thank you for having me, Edeline. And like you rightly said, the NIB was created by an act of parliament in 2022 with its mandate to coordinate all investment aspects within the country and by also promoting and facilitating investment, plus providing aftercare services to ensure that existing investors are thriving. Right into your question, there will be a one-stop shop that will be set up at the NIB, and within this one-stop shop, the ultimate goal is to reduce bureaucratic processes for our businesses and our investors, and to capture economies of scale, of scope, we would have both the CAC and the business registration of OARG within the one-stop shop. And in this one-stop shop, you will have the opportunity to register your businesses, and you get all your required documentations and certificates within that space. And we will agree that currently it takes the business registration unit at OARG 24 hours, at most 48 hours for you to register your businesses. There are slight challenges with the NRA TIN, and that's been worked on through digital apps that the NRA has developed for registration as well. And further to that, the NIB is currently working with development partner, the SLEDA project through the World Bank to set up an online business registration platform. And with this platform, you can be anywhere in the world and register your businesses as long as you have all your documentations, and there'll be also there'll be a room for you to also make payment as well. And currently the NRA is using Smart Copper to pay for your services, which is also digitalized. So in as much as it's a new entity, but we're working very closely and actively with different stakeholders and our partners to ensure that we create this one-stop shop to reduce the bureaucratic processes, for which also will reduce barriers to entry and also reduce cost and time, because you do not want an investor having the need to fly into the country to register a business when they can sit anywhere to do so. So these are the steps that the National Investment Board is taking towards achieving those goals.
I think one of the things as well that I think one of the things that has been missing quite a lot in terms of the overall landscape is that the systems do not speak to each other in terms of whether it's from the NRA to NACID to investment to CAC to sleeper. The systems do not, so we haven't got that, that data together yet. So I think a way forward would be if that would actually streamline quite a lot of things for businesses. And I think one of the things also that would be good to capture would be, especially for investment purposes, would be data on the amount of businesses that have closed down and why they closed down, because that will actually aid the operators within the economic landscape, but also in terms of investors coming. Because I think now we know the economic situation is hard all over the world, but I don't believe that we have a data to say X amount of businesses at X amount of sector has closed down, and the reasons for that closed down, which has led to unemployment and other social issues as well.
Okay. So actually, yesterday we had a meeting with the CG of NRA, and our conversation was around how we can have all of these systems speak together. And the good thing is that the OBRS is currently in the process of being procured. We therefore have the opportunity to ensure that the system will actually speak to ITAS, ASICUDA, and all other platforms that are related to business registration and to the business environment as a whole. And with the data about businesses that are that have closed down, this also something that the NIB is closely working on collecting those data. But we can also know that some people do register businesses for different reasons, not necessarily to run a business. It could either be for visa purposes, it could be for marriage, it could be for work, it could be for different reasons why people also register for these businesses. But we are definitely doing a full data to ensure that we have a full data on that, to know why businesses are shutting down. And this is where the aftercare unit within the NIB has a vital role to play, because we will be part of the entire process and ensuring that we reduce these businesses that are shutting down for whatever reasons they might be. I mean, sometimes it could be beyond our control as NIB, as government, or as individuals. It could just be the business might probably want to expand elsewhere, and there's now that room does not exist within the country. So these are all areas that we're looking at very closely, and we'll most certainly populate that data through a PPD once we get to that.
There be an incentive for women? And I know one of the Finance Act going back had some reduced taxes for women-owned businesses, or if you employ a certain amount of women. I can't recall the exact details, but going forward, since you're working with all the other government MDAs, it would be good to have those kind of incentives to actually help women businesses in terms of whether it's reduced tax or reduced fees or something, just so to push women businesses a bit further.
And with that said, there will also be a business solution center housed at the NIB. And we can all agree that the informal sector is mostly run by women. And within the business solution center, we're going to aim at, first of all, formalizing these businesses. I mean, we can agree here that there are a lot of, even to the market women, we don't have a full data of who they are and actually how they're contributing to our economy. That data has not yet been developed. And within that also, we'll do capacity building, where we're ensuring that these businesses are in the position to write for grants, to apply for, to have to do basic bookkeeping as well, and record keeping. And that will then put them in a position where when the opportunity comes for women in businesses, the data will exist, and therefore the incentives could then actually go to the right people. Because as it is, we don't have the comprehensive data of who these women are So we just can't say give incentive to women in businesses when you don't even know the percentage of women in businesses, what businesses are they running, and we have minimal information on them. So once we gather that through the Business Solution Center that will also be housed at the NIB along with the one-stop shop, we will then be able to really come out with realistic ways to ensuring that these women businesses are thriving within the sector, because we do know that they play a very vital role in our economy and they're not forgotten. They're at the forefront of our conversations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And this panel in particular, we all look forward to have that one integrated one-stop shop so that the process will be very viable to register new businesses. Thank you. And please, let's give a round of applause for our panelists as we dissolve now. Thank you very much. Yes, please. We're dissolving this panel now. So now we're going to have a video from one of our sponsors. So please relax as we put up a video for Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. Thank you.
With SLCB money, I let you get bank account, or you no get bank account. You dey able send and receive money to your family with any phone number. You dey able cash in and cash out from any agent. You dey buy or pay for anything and send money na your bank account with your phone number. You can also put money na your bank with your account number to any agent. You can buy EDSA top up, buy college form and pay fees. You can even pay airport tax, buy na market because them market woman self dey use them. And you dey able pay to them big business like supermarkets through their QR code and phone number. You can even able pay keke rider themselves. For register for use SLCB money, it's fast and easy. Download them na your phone. Give your name, telephone number, picture and ID card for make you register. Make sure say your registration correct through the security code. Find password, then you log in, put money na your wallet and begin use them. If you not able register them for yourself, you can go na any of we branch. We staff then go gladly for do them for you. This service really come for pull a that span with people then, because you can cash any sign at the country with any phone number as long as you don't register. Yagba done. SLCB, delivering value.
Thank you very much for that. Please, we'll continue to watch digital video of women in the silent space who are pioneering digital inclusion. So, Mo, please bring up the video.
Anything and send money now.
My name is Ami Dumbuya-Jar. I'm the CEO of Freetown Waste Transformers. We've developed and launched the DottyBox Waste app. DottyBox is a digital platform that allows for waste collection to be much more efficient. Households and or businesses can request for a waste collection service, and a service provider will be able to answer to that request. So it's a tool that we've introduced in the waste management sector to make it much more efficient and seamless. As of the moment, we're faced with the challenge of adoption, meaning for the average citizen to be able to get onto the app, access it, and utilize it. We find that adoption to digital products is extremely low at the moment, and it's not unique to DottyBox in general, but this is a challenge that we intend to work on and overcome. I think more awareness raising is important, community engagement is important, and ensuring that every user has access to your service or your digital product is important. So as a company, in this next phase, what we're doing is to build an app in a more robust way that allows for easier access and also allows for inclusion, and also amplifying the message that digital tools are necessary to allow us to leapfrog service delivery.
I am Khadija Bangura, a co-founder of an online television, Liberty Online TV. I also co-present our flagship program, the Liberty Breakfast Show. Before we started the Liberty Online TV, I worked as a radio host for over a decade. We literally threw ourselves into the unknown. But hey, here we are now, all settled and comfortable. At Liberty Online Television, we leverage in the power of the digital space to bring relevant and accurate news and information to our audience. We use our various social media platforms, which you already know, and our websites to stream all our programs. In the few months we've been online, we've made tremendous progress. Our following is growing steadily. The beauty about working online is the community of followers you build, the interaction with your guests and your viewers, the ease at which content can be shared across various platforms. Working in the digital space comes with its own challenges. Forget the trolling, the insults you have to deal with, and the fact that virality has its own downsides. People like to think that digital and online is cheap. No, it's not. And for me, that is my biggest challenge. Pulling together the resources needed to keep us going, to enable us deliver high quality content. My work will be easier if I'm able to advance my digital skills, equip our team with the skills they need to continue to serve our audiences. My work will be much more easier if I don't have to worry about the resources needed to hire and retain good people. That is why we are constantly out there building mutual partnerships to help our digital business grow.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Khadija and Amy. Amy, she was in the room. Thank you very much for putting that together. Because of time, we are running straight to the second panel discussion that will focus on how we explore various digital solutions that can help grow Sierra Leone's economy. And to moderate that session, we have our own guru in the digital space, Mr. Mahmoud Idris. He will moderate this session. Please take the podium. We also have the head of SME and local corporate, EcoBank, Mrs. Dusila Koka. We have the founder and director of Business Development Fixed Solution, Mrs. Salwa Campbell. Please take the podium. Joining them will be Barrister James Ade Williams, the policy analyst and communication specialist at DSTI. Thank you. The Director General for SALPOST, Mr. Abraham Akata. Thank you. And we also have the National Coordinator for Cybersecurity Coordination Center, Mrs. Mariama Yoma. We'll have to bring one more. Yes, please. Thank you. Mr. Mahmoud.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Kultumi. So we go straight in. Maybe before we start, I'd just like to acknowledge that both on my left and right are two Awogans, old girls of Annie Walsh. So even with no money in my pocket, I feel very rich right now. But yes, this session will look at the digital things and how that will help drive economic growth, but more especially how it impacts women. And I'm very happy to have three very enlightened, experienced women in the technology field to help us go into this. Also blessed to have my big brother, Mr. Brima Carter, who's the MD of Salpost. I think it was the guy on the left of Jesus who first started talking when they were on the cross. So I will start with Salwa, your thoughts around the opportunities that digital systems offer, as a catalyst driving economic growth. But I think I would really love to hear your thoughts around what are really the opportunities that digital systems, technologies offer for women in particular.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to Madam Elba and team. So this is one interesting conference. And as much as we're going to give our insight, I also look for the opportunity to even learn from my fellow panelists. So when it comes to digital transformation, especially for us here in Sierra Leone, looking at the aspects of, the drivers that would stimulate economic growth, beyond investing on infrastructure, beyond human capital development, or even promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. One of the key things that I would like to talk about is the adaptation of digital technologies. But then talking about transformation itself, it goes beyond the integration itself. We have to look at the aspect of how these technologies transform the way we do business, how it transforms the way we deliver value to our consumers, or even remain relevant in the ecosystem and even with our competitors. So one of the key things that I would like to mention as driver is the capacity building as well as skills development. Looking at the aspect of people who would claim that they are digitally literate. Most of them, you find them here within Freetown, but then especially if we consider those in the provinces, how do we get them to relate with these tools like online platforms to be able to do business? How do we get them to be able to relate with tools that would enhance, even their growth in companies that they're working for, is one key thing that I think has to be paid attention to. And then another aspect that I would like to mention is how we can introduce or develop tools that would encourage flexible work opportunities for women. Yes, we know during the pandemic with COVID, yes, a lot of people got introduced to Zoom with the Google Meet and all of that. Yes, these are tools that have been in existence before, but then because of the pandemic, a lot of people got exposed to it. But then it goes beyond that. What are the tools that even organizations can, develop just to ensure that women that are working from home, whether because they have family to take care of or because they are constrained with certain activities, how would they be able to interact with their fellow workers in their offices? So that is another driver that I would like to point out. And more so when it comes to the aspect of, say, government and other private institutions in terms of partnership. The policies, yes, we know a lot of policies have been introduced and developed, but then I think there has to be a lot of enforcement on how these policies will encourage more gender equality, and as well, just give an edge to women-owned businesses. So those are the key things that I would like to highlight for now.
Okay, so I take away a few things. I take away a few things from what you're saying, and hopefully as the discussions continue, we will try to, again, hone in on what is it that technology means, particularly for women in the place of work, as in, I'm earning 10 leons now. Can technology help me in my place of work start earning more, or maybe rising higher in what I do? The second is about women starting a business and owning a business. How is it that technology can come to bear to make them sell more, probably grow their business, make more profits, and become wealthier? I think that's a third area. But then also for more people, more women in the space that are involved in trading, they don't use for buy, they don't use for sell. What is it that technology can help them reach more customers, and the same buy and sell? But we'll talk about those later because I know you have a lot of experience. To my right, the one who Jesus promised to be with in heaven. You are in the banking field, very senior, very experienced banker, Drusilla, and I know you've worked in SME banking, I know you've worked in corporate banking, but it will be interesting to know, what are your thoughts around things that are going on now, maybe not just at EcoBank, but in the banking sector generally, that will help women, especially those who are trying to go in the technology space, but doing business generally. What's going on now that will, help empower them, make them better off at the end of the day?
So thank you very much. For us in EcoBank, because I know about EcoBank more, we have a lot of facilities for women businesses. We have, of course, I have the T-shirt on. We have the Elevate program that is made for women-focused business. And we encourage our women businesses to also leverage on the technology platforms that we have in the bank. We have our online banking platform that ranges from the individual customers, the EcoBank Online, the mobile app, to the OmniLite, which goes for our small and medium businesses, to our Omni Plus, which is for the corporates that we have. And this platform helps women businesses, especially, to be able to do more. We have heard from previous speakers that women are, I would say, overpowered by a lot of things that affects them, from the home to the office and all. Women do not have the time and the energy to waste their time in traditional banking. But with the platforms that we have, the platforms that we've set in place for them, a woman can be able, or business, now we're talking about women, can be able to do her transactions seamlessly anywhere that she finds herself. And the recipient will be able to access it. The platforms that we have gives you the 360 degrees view of your business. Also, we have platforms also for women businesses to be able to access products and services across our footprints. We all know EcoBank is within 33 countries across the world. And a lot of the businesses that we have in Sierra Leone, the women businesses, most of the things that we have, or the businesses that we do, we get them from neighboring countries, from countries across the region. EcoBank has made a platform that is convenient, that is accessible and easy for businesses to be able to register on those platforms. That is a single market trade hub. And it's a platform that brings buyers and sellers together across our footprints, that you'll be able to access to see what you need and what you'll be able to, as other people will be able to benefit from you. So, and We also have the rapid collect, wherein you'll be able to get your payments again in local currency across. So you don't need to have accounts in Guinea because you're doing business in Guinea. You don't need to have an account in Guinea. You just need to provide your account details to your business partner in Guinea, and they can walk into any EcoBank branch and credit your account seamlessly, which is the rapid collect. Thank you.
So, Drew, I'm going to come to you later, and Salwa, because just listening to her and also knowing her and some of the things that she's capable of doing as a tech entrepreneur, and just now listening to all the fantastic things that EcoBank is doing from a banking service, I'm thinking probably, just probably, we need to start thinking of creative ways that, this whole collaboration between the women in tech, the Elevate program, so that Elevate is not just all of these fantastic things that EcoBank has put in place to say, well, if you do A, B, C, and they will give you this service, to more of a community co-creating approach where they know the women that are doing business Guinea back. EcoBank now has this fantastic product for people doing business Guinea and back. But really, just connecting those and doing a little bit of customization of those solutions so that it works for EcoBank, it works for the technologies they're building, it works for the women who are going back. So it's nice to have a vehicle that does really fantastic things, sunroof, air conditioner, nice springs and, power cooling systems. But then they're all there and someone is sitting in the vehicle and they're feeling hot because they don't even know how all of these things come together. So I think more of that collaboration, but hopefully we'll talk about those things later on. Mr. Carter, the great man from Salpost. Today, e-commerce is taking over the trade and commerce space. There is more business, migrating to the digital space than even the physical space now. If you listen to what Salwa was saying earlier, technology is offering opportunities for women to come into business, and technology is going to make it easier to start doing trading because you don't need to rent a shop front for $20,000. There are many things you can avoid doing using technology, so it costs less. However, that also has its own prerequisites, it has its own requirements, it has its own arrangements. Many postal services around the world are going into the business of facilitating, even if they're not the key deliverers, but they're facilitating a lot of e-commerce. In some countries, they're actually delivering the e-commerce services. What's up with Sierra Leone?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think I can understand why Salpost was actually drafted into this discussion. A couple of things. Salpost is not a standalone entity. It belongs to a global organization, union called Universal Postal Union, UPU, which is a specialized UN agency. Sierra Leone joined that union in 1961. With that comes with a mandate. Just like the UADF, you have what we call Universal Service Obligation, which actually is enshrined in the human rights law that every citizen has a right to basic mail delivery services at affordable cost no matter where you are in the world. So a mail from here to Kailam, to Kenema, Kabbalah, we are mandated to deliver that to citizens. We don't make, even though the operational cost is actually high, but we cannot say we'll shut Kailam down because there's no money, there's fixed overhead cost. We incur every year, but we can't shut it down because it's a mandate. It's only the post that delivers to the blind, to prisoners. It's their human right. So when sometimes people try to equate, why DHL is doing that and Salpost is not doing that, let's try and actually discern these things. DHL is a courier service. The Sierra Leone Postal Service is there to actually deliver postal services. We are a postal operator. Yes, we're going into courier service and a bit of logistics. Some people are going in there, but the core mandate really is to deliver postal service to citizens. Now, moderator, you're right. E-commerce has become a very center part of the operations of the post across the world. Technology is driving that mainly, and it's technology that actually tried to kill the post, because the way we communicated, it was about letter mail delivery and all of that. Technology came in, the way we communicate has actually changed. It's changed the landscape. But hey, it's technology we're actually using. The irony of it, we're using technology to reinvent the post. And we're doing that by leveraging on our network. So globally, you have about 655,000 postal offices across the world. In Sierra Leone, we have about 38. We can talk about the state they are in. But what the strategy really is, from UPU level to national level, is to try and see how you can refurbish those outlets, facilities, digitalize them, and offer various products and services. And that includes financial services, government services, and e-commerce. E-commerce is snapping at our heels. It's coming fast. It's a tsunami. 80% of actually the volumes we're actually driving now is via e-commerce. So, and this is why the union has a strategy towards this, which is actually cascaded at regional and national level postal operators. One is we call Trade Post. So Trade Post is really about how we can actually unlock the barriers that, and we keep saying SMEs, but we forget the micro, small and medium business are part of this as well. So how they can actually gain access to international markets through the postal network for last mile delivery. So no matter how, so there are three aspects of this here. Obviously the physical touch, which the post actually provides, the financial services element, and the digital elements of that. Now, within that framework, there is what we called at regional level, Operation Readiness for E-commerce Africa. So this is how much emphasis as a union they're actually placing on trade facilitation and e-commerce, how we can promote it at regional and country level. So every country has a clear roadmap, and the target to actually hit those targets is by December 2024. I won't bore you with the technicality, but really it's really about 5 key pillars, which is minimum operational requirements. We have data quality, supply chain integration, and reliability. Now let me talk a little bit of supply chain integration. The Post collaborates across other UN agencies like IATA, World Trade Customs, in terms of goods delivery trade facilitation across the country. One key element to drive that process is what we call electronic advanced data system. So post office have what we all know CDS, custom declaration system. So a customer or entrepreneur actually comes in with their product or goods they actually want to send across. You do the custom declaration system, and it is an EDA, advanced electronic data, that is transmitted to the destination country through the airline to customs. So for customs, before even the goods is actually loaded on the flight, on the airline, on the cargo plane, they already have what the good is, the value, whether it's dutiable or what is not dutiable. So before now, when goods actually arrive, they stay at customs for a couple of days. They try to find out what actually attracts duties and what doesn't. So that process has actually been streamlined. Before the goods even actually gets on the plane, they know exactly. So for us, as a post, and for customers, it's speed of delivery. For customs, they actually want to collect duty.
So let's do two things. Mm-hmm. So we do one yes or no question, and then we do one time question. Mm-hmm. So are we to now understand, based on all what you've said, that Sierra Leone is actually on a path, especially through SalPost, to start helping to facilitate e-commerce, both within the country, but also for external trade?
And the quick answer to that is yes. Okay. So that is actually bound by the treaty obligations. It's a whole project. It's not just a national project, it's an international project, and we are part of that. Good. But let me just...
The second part was timing-wise. So if, for example, Edlin wants to know that Salwa, Edlin, Elevate want to come together to start a female-owned, female-run consortium e-commerce logistics business in partnership with SalPost. What timeline should they be looking at, saying, if you come at this time, we will hold serious discussions because we will have gone through all of these international transmission, logistics, clearing, customs, all of those benchmarks in the program itself. What timeline are we looking at?
Yes, so we are ready for that now, as it is. It's happening.
Okay.
So we have local entrepreneurs actually using the post to actually get to work. That's door to door. But let's zoom in a little bit on e-commerce. There are two streams of e-commerce, the downstream and the upstream. The upstream basically is developing your own e-tailer shop, like the Amazons and all of that. It took Amazon 10, 15 years to get to where they are. So it involves a lot. Cost, yes, we can actually come together, form a little e-shops here and there. And then the downstream, what I am focused on, which is the postal operator, is last mile. Basically, you interact, however you actually trade, digitally or globally, there has to be physical touch points. And that's what the post actually provides.
Okay.
Last mile.
Thank you. Ade.
Yes, Chief.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
About 2 weeks ago, we saw there was a message on X that DSTI is now, partnering with Google to launch some kind of project around digital addressing system. One of the very important, ingredients to effectively running e-commerce, trade, logistics, whatever it is around verifiable addressing system and easily recognizable addressing system. It's most unlikely that in a city like Sierra Leone, the conventional, traditional numbering systems will work. Recently in Ghana, they were running an experiment with, I think, what was the name? Where is 123 or something like that. So what's this addressing system about, and how do you think that might play into, for example, the trade and commerce, digital trade and commerce opportunities?
Well, thank you very much. Speaking specifically with regards to having a holistic addressing system in the country, it's not only important that we holistically identify that this is a significant milestone, because when you look at what obtained prior to having this initiative, you see that when you go on to the Google Maps, for instance, you are looking at, let's say, a typical scenario would be you are ordering food from one of the fast food joints around, and then if you have a system which totally relies on a digital intervention, for example, you have Uber Eats and Lyfts in other countries. If you are dependent on a system such as that, you would find that the operativeness would be ranging between 0 to non-existent. However, with the advent of this partnership with Google, which I would mention is a long time in the making actually, DSTI and our partners have been able to earmark significant spots around the country. Mind you, this is an ongoing venture, because there have been distortions not only prior to now, but even present day, regarding some of the addresses that probably you have 9A, 9B. There are areas I have seen they have up to G and E. So when you see all these things, it poses significant threats not only to our operativeness, but there are larger issues at play. Say, for instance, I have also mentioned that let's have a scenario where you're going to the provinces and you are looking to buy fuel along the way. Now we have been able to have all the fuel stations around the country on the Google Maps. And you can be able to say, okay, I'm going to, how many fuel stations do you have? This also fits into a larger agenda that the directorate had prior, which is the IGRS portal. We have the portal, and that portal earmarks specific areas. You have courts, you have churches, you have other places of social interest, I may say, where you are able to access not only services, but places that will be of interest to an investor or someone looking to enter the entrepreneurial landscape, so to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adi.
Follow-up question?
No, not really. We'll come. I want to speak to the madam herself. So, Mariama is the national coordinator of the coordinator of the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. It's called NCCC, but they just say NC3. Okay, very important position. But yes, so every day we hear, when it comes to the internet or digital technologies, we hear terms like they don't hack them. We hear terms like internet fraud. We hear terms like Yahoo 419. All of these relate to, maybe some of the work that you do. But I know it's a broad space. I know the threats are many. I know the risks are many. I know the types of incidents that happen on the But looking at business, looking at women, maybe you want to just talk around some of the risks, the really major risks that they face. The role of the NC3 in managing this risk, mitigating this risk, and helping people understand what to do and what not to do.
Thank you very much. As you rightly said, NC3 was created by an act of parliament when we had the Cybersecurity and Crime Act. That was in 2021. Our mandate is actually coordinating all cybersecurity-related issues within the country. So we coordinate. That's the reason why we are called Cybersecurity Coordination Center. There are so many risks, just as you rightly said, when it comes to women and their businesses. For example, I won't talk about the various benefits that we do have for the internet, because most of the speakers from the start of this conference has already alluded to that one. With all the benefits that is there, one thing that we need to know is that the criminals, they themselves, they've also gone to the cyberspace. The reason being is because, one, let's say, for example, I am in Europe, a hacker, a criminal is in Europe. He can sit in Europe just behind his computer, and then you will be able to hack a system in Nigeria and steal, let's say, millions and thousands of dollars. And then that particular hacker will also maybe convert that money to Bitcoin, which makes it extremely difficult for the police officers for them to be able to investigate or to be able to see the trail. So that is one. So because of that, there are so many benefits, and they themselves are enjoying it. You have so many risks. For women, one thing that I've seen is in terms of online reputation. You have, let's say you do have your business, and your business is doing very well, and you've put a whole lot of things there. Then you'll have somebody, let's say a hater or a criminal, providing negative feedbacks, and then saying a whole lot of things about your business that will deter your online reputation. That is one risk. You have another one that I've seen is like stealing of property, intellectual property. I know a case wherein she's my friend, sorry. She is into like designing, and she developed something. Her business is going very well. So she is using like Facebook and social WhatsApp for her to be able to get customers. So somebody, because the business is going very well and it's all around the country, she went to her page, took all her pictures, and then portray the pictures as if she is the one that designed them, or she is the one that is providing the services. So that is a risk that business people will face online. You have another one, because when it comes to relationship, we are all humans. And if maybe probably there is a single woman, and then you have something known as extortion, wherein they'll start conversation on Facebook or WhatsApp or things of the sort. And the conversation will go very well, and probably they will ask for intimate images and things of the sort. No sooner these images have been sent out or to that purported partner that you will say, then the purported partner now will start asking, okay, I need money. If you don't give me money, I'm going to expose all of those pictures. Or probably coerce the person for them to be able to do something they wouldn't rather have done. You have another situation wherein we all know about this online bullying, cyberbullying, and online harassment. I know a situation, the case has already gone to the police, they're investigating it, wherein somebody was working, a man was working with this woman, the woman is the boss of that institution. Things went bad. And based on that, he started going through social media pages. No matter the platform that this woman will join, this man will go there, say a whole lot of things about this woman, which are not true. So these are all risks women face online.
Thank you, Mariama. So the same kind of threats women face in real life, in the physical world, we face the same kind of threats. So they will steal your identity, they will thief you money, they will thief you property, sometimes they will even thief you man. All of those things are possible online. Yeah. Which brings me to the point of what needs to be done for people to be more aware, because the more security conscious you are, the less likely you are to fall prey to some of these things that go on.
In terms of, I think one thing we need to clarify, because when they are saying cybersecurity, a whole lot of people think it's actually some kind of phenomenon or something of the sort. Cybersecurity is just how you will be able to protect your system. Let's say, for example, if you are an organization, how do you protect your digital assets? If I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a sole entrepreneur, how do I protect my device? In terms of that one, you have a situation wherein, let's say, for example, for personal protection, I will say, first and foremost, you need to use strong passwords. It's very key. You have some people, they just think that I can just use my phone, I can just leave it just like that. I don't need to have passwords and things of the sort. And so you have a situation wherein somebody will take your phone, extract information and things of the sort. And so that is one thing. So you need to have password. There are cases time back when I used to do something of the sort, let's say with my husband, but even criminals will do the same thing to you. Wherein, okay, he has his password for a social media page and things of the sort. If I want the password, probably I can guess it and then I get it. Mm-hmm. And then because he does not have two-factor authentication, that means, okay, if I'm going to change your password, at least Google or Facebook or WhatsApp should send a message to you. She'll send a message to you via your number, and then obviously then you'll be able to know that somebody is trying to enter into my system. That is one. Another thing is you have some people just don't care. We need awareness. So this platform is one thing, and then you have a situation wherein you have some things that are too good to be true. Let's say, for example, the Super Adventist, that was one. A situation wherein they will tell you that you just be depositing this amount of money, and then after some time, you'll have 100%. It's too good to be true. And one method criminals actually use that is extremely effective currently is social engineering. The reason why we are talking about social engineering is because social engineering, it works on your emotions. Let's say I can just come to you, I cry, tell you my mother has died, I need you to do so and so things for me. Because of the human nature, obviously, the person will tend to provide that information. So that's the reason, that's things of that sort that hackers are currently doing. It's so much. And then you have a situation wherein identity fraud. I know a case, in most cases you have let's say the judges, the magistrates, somebody will have their number, and you have most people, you find out that most people, they usually go to court just to listen. The reason being because they want to know who are the different, the perpetrators. And so if you do have that one, then it makes it easier now for them to call and say, okay, I am this magistrate, so and so identity theft. I'm this magistrate. I know you have this case in court. So I need you to send about 50 million or 20 million in court, and then based on that, I'll be able to make sure that the case goes well. So identity fraud is a whole lot. So one thing that we need to do, if you get such, you need to make sure, because they usually tell you that you need to send it through via Orange Money or AfriCell Money. You need to verify. Some certain things are just not right. You just need to verify. You need to verify the number. You need to verify who the person says they are and things of the sort. So there are so many things that we need to do so that we'll be able to protect ourselves online.
As someone would normally say, the issues are many. So we're moving into the next phase where with Kultumi or with Kipi's help, we'll be taking some questions. Yes. I'm very sorry. I know I have to pay a price for that after this. Yes, we take some questions. But before my round of moderation has really ended, it's going to be Kipi's show now. I'd like to throw something out there. Here is this thing about technology. Technology happens to be something that is fancy. And we can do really nice, I dare say, sexy things with technology. But at the end of the day, when we do technology, we want to use technology to solve real-life problems. So I was saying, if there's Elevate that does cross-border, support, as nice as it is, how do we get more and more women who don't know about it? But more especially, how do we get women in tech who understand women's issues to come with real-life solutions instead of having them move with $10,000 cash in boats to Conakry? How do we get more and more of those into the Elevate ecosystem so that A, they benefit from the financing, B, their life becomes better because of technology, C, the risks they face with moving with these large amounts of monies, is kind of reduced. If we're talking about digital addressing systems, it's with those kinds of partnerships, how do we come with solutions that are, again, local, where if someone is a dispatch rider doing door-to-door or last mile delivery, they can enter a unique code. And because the phone is a smartphone that uses Google Maps, it actually can lead them there directly, because entering number 9G Carlton Keru Lane is no longer going to take them there because it's not even in Google. What can we do? So as I was saying, we all need to think around how we work together to come up with real-life solutions to fix real-life problems and mitigate the real-life risk we face, including using different people's identity to steal their properties, their assets, and their husbands and wives, for that matter. So I'll stop here now. Kipi, you can.
That was a fantastic panel discussion. Now, do we have any questions in the room and also online? Letitia and Aliyu will be able to give us any online comments that viewers have sent in or questions that they've sent in. In the meantime, anyone in the room have any questions for the panel? So whilst we're looking at that, there's some key things that came out for myself, and that's how you protect yourself online and also moving your cash around. I think Mr. Idris mentioned protecting women businesses that are moving large amounts of money around as well. A suggestion, obviously this panel topic is various digital solutions that can help grow the economy, but by extension, grow our businesses. So you have things that are being offered by mobile money, for example, AfriMoney, which is like a merchant code. So payments can be through that rather than cash. I'm a small business myself, even though, yes, I have my day job as well. I tend to only accept payments through mobile money. So that keeps my business secure, my investment secure as well. So that's something that businesses should explore. Letitia, do you have anything for us?
Well, We don't have any questions at the moment. We have 3 loading. Okay, there is one. So Victoria Bangura says, what is the next step from this conference? And we also have a comment that says, well done, Elba and Co. A very important program. The amount of informational content being provided for people to absorb and improve their knowledge base is something to write home about. Congrats.
Yes, keep going.
So we'll talk about the next steps at the end of the conference.
Okay, so that's fine. So if we don't have any more questions in the room, we'll move swiftly to invite.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning all. Yeah, I was going to know where are the stamps we used to have on our envelopes when those letters goes to our homes. Next is the Google Maps. I created one of the Google Maps in Sierra Leone here for the Methodist Boys High School. There was a time I got messages from, I cannot really tell the persons I got those messages from, telling me that they wanted to be partners of that particular map I created, else they will make sure that they take me from the ownership of that map. So that was a bit of threat, online threat, and I have to be quite vigilant on how I protect my map so it won't be taken from me. And there was another time I got an email from another person telling me that there's someone living in the UK and is dead, and they want me to be the next of kin to that person, so we be able to get the money he left in the bank. So we have to communicate for a very long time. And I was going to believe, as that madam mentioned about social engineering, I was a bit deceived, and I nearly went on to send the cash. But God willing, I was able to advise myself so early. I was not played upon. So, but actually, it's very good that we use our mindset so positive that we should not be led taken away from our senses we have, so we don't involve in such frauds. So before I go again, I want to know, are our stamps being used to do some presenting or taking letters to different homes? I may want to know that.
Yes, sir. Sal Post.
Thank you very much for that question. So stamps still exist. The postal world is the only entity that actually produces stamps. Nobody else. There are two types of stamps. You have definitive stamps, which is probably what you're referring to. That's the ones you actually affix to your letters and send them abroad. And then we have philatelic stamps. Philatelic stamp is for collections, people who actually go around the world collecting stamps. They're a lot more expensive. Unfortunately, we don't really have a market for that in Sierra Leone. Since I've been here for the last 4 or 5 years, only probably a couple of Chinese or Indian guys that actually come now and again. So what we do, essentially, to generate revenue from that, we outsource that to somebody, to a producer who actually sells it on our behalf on the world market, and then we collect royalty from that. But definitive stamps, they are still in existence, but it's actually declining as well. I think the post-world where we're moving toward from stamps to barcodes. So for things like EMS, Express Mail Services, they don't have fixed stamps. We have for fixed barcodes. and we're moving that to parcels. So the only really category of letter we still use stamp is registration, the registered letters. That's what we use. So stamps are still there. So if you walk to Sheikh Stephen Street after this session, we can show you some collections. Thank you. But just if I can just comment on the issue of digital address system, because that's the actually core mandate of the postal services. And it's a big project within the Universal Postal Union, UPU. So it's really interesting to see how we can collaborate. You're talking about digital address system, which is basically coordinates geolocation reference. So for us, in terms of physical last mile delivery, that is not enough. We need to build a full postal code or zip code on the back of that digital address system. That's what will be meaningful to our customers to deliver to your doorsteps, because that is fixed location. That's really important. Georeferencing, I could be here, coordinate latitude, longitude, and I could move to another space, and this becomes relevant. So it will be interesting to have a discussion around about that.
Thank you. Thank you. So we already have collaboration happening between the panels as well, the panel members. We have another question there.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Alusain from TP Group of Companies, and this is for the bank, Madam from EcoBank, right? Hello. Pardon? As you were saying about the cybersecurity from the Astito lady over there, and she talked a lot about cybersecurity. And now the world is going to a global village where everybody is doing things on social media, the internet, connectivity. Now with your bank, we have heard about this cybersecurity issue. Everybody are just focusing on as a market. And it has become a profitable market for many people. Because now your bank, you are dealing with online banking system, offline banking system, where people can go online to deposit and cash out or cash in their money. What are you doing as a financial institution in order for you to ensure that there is these finances of your customers who want to do transactions online, their details are secure without the infringement of anybody from any part of the world can get into the archive and then retrieve this information? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, we just have a quick. Right, go on.
Thank you very much. So in terms of security, the first step starts with you. Your password should not be compromised. Our systems have a two-way factor authentication. For whatever transaction that you're doing, you get two-way responses from the system that you yourself that registers should be able to answer some of these questions or the prompts that are given before the transaction can be processed. So the systems are safe. It is left with you to protect your password and your devices. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a quick contribution on data.
So just a quick one, maybe that would be as part of the next steps for the ELBA group. I just wanted to emphasize on the aspect of us taking Okay, when it comes to what we feed into the internet. Yes, the bank has the responsibility. The bank has a responsibility of security when it comes to cyber security, and every organization, they would own their responsibility with how they protect, whether tools, whether platforms and things like that. But then again, for those hackers out there, aside from just hacking your system, hacking whatever tools that you have, if we look back, there are forms normally that would go out where people would send in like a Google form asking for you to fill them up, or sending some false advertisements from NGOs and things like that. Once you feed in your information, your details there, they use those data. Of course, they will keep them. check out social media, what you feed there. Some of you see all these algorithms, things come up, you feed in, you supply some information, and then you start getting excited. Oh, Facebook know me so much. It's what you feed in. The information that you have given that they're giving you back, analyzing back. So I wish, well, of course, definitely this goes beyond this, but then people need to be mindful as in what details that they share out there, even with what we post on social media. And at the end of the day, it cannot be used against you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we're moving now on to a competition for online, and our guests here in the room. So let me just introduce to you John Conte, our media director from AfriMoney, and yeah, so a close colleague of mine as well. So welcome, John.
Can I use this one? All right, good afternoon. You want to take this? Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I'm John Conte. I loved going by the short name JK. I'm the marketing director for AfriMoney Sierra Leone. So what I'm going to do is brief, but let me mention that I've got some lovely giveaways for women-owned businesses. If you have a business and you sign up or register for the AfriMoney merchant payment platform, you could get an instant win. You could get an instant giveaway. But let me walk you through quickly what we do and how we do it. So also, if you get some transactions done, my colleague Mamadou Bari is in the other room. If you get a cash-in done, or you get your AfriMoney account activated if you haven't been using it, or if you get your password changed so that you get an activity on your AfriMoney wallet, we would have a digital spin and win that you could win one 4G LTE router. It is preloaded with 10 megabits per second already for 1 month. My colleague is in the other room. Mamadou, you could get that done when you have time. But let me proceed first of all by thanking Edlin for putting this together. As a company, AfriCell and AfriMoney have supported or signed up to supporting women-owned businesses in Sierra Leone. Last year, we did sign up for WEPS. And the hosts for this morning leading to the afternoon are my colleagues from AfriCell. They are both directors. Kipi is Director of Customer Relations, and Kultumi is a Director of Corporate Sales. So it shows that we are concerned about, of course, transformation, digital transformation as we work towards getting women in the business space. Now, let me get on to what we do quickly. AfriMoney, of course, we are a digital or mobile money company where we do movement of money from one AfriMoney number to another. So quickly, let me show you as we walk through that, because I want to do it as fast as possible. Now, who we are, as mentioned, a financial technology company. We're involved in ensuring that we are an integral part of Sierra Leone's digital financial inclusion. It's a safe and secure way to store and transfer money as well, or have it saved. It's similar to a digital bank, all right, where you could have an account and save as much as you want. So we do transfers, we do payment solutions, and you can have savings done. So let me mention, the other day I went to an event and I saw a young man having this wallet loaded with his back pocket all swollen up. So I was saying to myself, why do you have to have that much cash physically when you can just have a mobile money account and save it? So what we do is to provide you the solution to have your money saved in your AfriMoney wallet, but also you can have a banking service done. We are partnering with at least 7 of the local banks to ensure that mobile money transactions can be done from your AfriMoney wallet to your bank account, and from your bank account to your AfriMoney wallet. At the moment, we're doing free money transfer, which is obviously being done by the only mobile money operator in the country. You can also self-register for AfriMoney. So if you haven't registered, you could simply dial *161#. It takes you to the page where you would have the self-registration done. Again, let me mention that it's *161#. It could take you to the platform where you'd have the self-registration done. Follow the queue and enter your details. So on the mobile money transfer platform, you have, of course, you could send money to registered AfriMoney numbers. You could send to unregistered AfriMoney numbers as well. So that can be done. And once you get that done, you go to any of our POSs. We have 42 all across the country, over 20 in Freetown, and the rest are across the rest of the region. So you can have that done. So you could do bill payments as well. So if you have a postpaid account, you could do bill payments on that. You have EDSA, obviously. I mean, a lot of us, most of us, have EDSA meter. So from the 1st to the 10th of every month, let me mention, if you get an EDSA recharge done using your AfriMoney wallet, you get 10% cash back instantly. So if you do from the 1st to the 10th of every month, if you use, I mean, you have to do it yourself. Don't get to an agent and ask the agent to do it for you. It has to be initiated from your AfriMoney wallet, from your account. So the 10% cash back comes back to you and not to the agent. So do it yourself and you'd get it. So there are several other bills you could pay as well, DSTV, and the list is long. Now, you could also do self-recharge, which eliminates the, the need, for you to go to an agent to get it done for you. However, you would have to do the cash-in, which loads your wallet with the float that you could use to now recharge for airtime or for data. On the platform also, you have what is called the merchant payment. The merchant payment. Now, it helps you register. If you're a business, it helps you register to make payment to your business easier. Now, we're talking about having a digital or digitally inclusive environment. If you own a business, you want to get orders done to your business, it is of course, important that you have a mobile money or a digital payment platform where payments could be made. So if you have a merchant code, which is the 5-digit code, you can have that and payment can be done to your AfriMoney wallet. It's a quick and easy process. But we have 2 categories. So we have businesses that could register and sign up for AfriMoney Merchant. You also have other organizations, non-profit organizations that could also sign up. So it's a simple process. You have to have a statement of your last minutes. You have to have your organization's registration document, and you have to have a valid ID card, someone that you could nominate, the owner of the business or one of your operations person to have the ID, and then, of course, a contract that will be signed between you and AfriMoney to indicate your willingness to have the platform set up for you. For businesses, it's the same as well. You have to have a business registration document, valid ID card of the owner. It could be a national ID card or a driver's license, and then you have a contract signed. So let me mention for that. The first 10 attendees, whether they are online or in the room, who are business owners that would have a registration done today with AfriMoney for merchant payment, would have a free fiber to the home connection, which is fixed internet for 3 months. Let me go over that again. If you register for merchant payment today, you have between now and 4 p.m. to submit the documents as mentioned. If you don't have them here, you could reach out to who has the documents. You have that registration done between now and 4 p.m. You would have instantly, we would get you would win yourself 3 months connectivity with fiber to the home from AfriMoney and AfriCell. So I would announce a number that you'd reach out to on WhatsApp. You don't have to physically go to our office to get that done. I'd announce a number that you would reach out to on WhatsApp, but also share a link for those that are watching on YouTube that you could reach out and have the registration of your business done. So once you get that done, you'd have 3 months connectivity of fiber to the home. So it's fixed internet. It's fast. You have 10 megabits per second. It's quite fast, 10 megabits per second once you have the registration done. So my colleague is here, Mamadou Kanabari. If you reach out to him on WhatsApp, 077-928-547, 077-928-547. You reach out to him on WhatsApp. You could have the registration done today. If it is done before 4 p.m., first 10 businesses to register would get that connection from AfriCell and AfriMoney. So that's all you need. How to make merchant payment? It's quick, it's easy, it's simple. Dial *161#. You move to the next option, which is option 4. Choose merchant payment, enter the merchant code, enter the amount, enter your PIN to confirm. Someone mentioned your PIN and personal details. Let me reiterate that your PIN is your personal security number. Kindly do not share it with anyone. Not even the closest person. Don't share your PIN with anyone, because if you do, of course, you're now handing over your details to someone who will be able to access your accounts and will be doing transactions on your behalf without your knowledge. So don't share your PIN with anyone. It's your personal security details. So it's simple. I would have loved to walk us through the rest of what we can do, but I'm sure we don't have time. Lunch is being served already. Lynn, can I go on? Okay, so for businesses also, we do offer bulk payment solutions. We do offer bulk payment solutions, all right? Now, so what that really does is it eliminates all the processes that you'd have to go through to get a lot of things with payment done. It eliminates that point of you have to sign off on the vouchers to get people to come collect the checks. I know a lot of bank transactions are being done now for payment of salaries, but what we could do is to provide you a solution that you could use and regulate from where you are sitting in your office and get payments done. So that's a solution we can provide as well. So of course, with the employer, you are able to, for that solution that would provide, you can have improved payment process. You reduce exposure to cash losses, seamless reconciliation process as compared to, cash payments. It eliminates that as well. Processing bulk payments with a click of a button from the comfort of your office. So this is something that we are providing that you can do from the comfort of your office. You don't even need to be in your office. It's a solution that could be provided that you could use even your smartphone to get it done. So wherever you are able to get payments processed and you're able to get payment done. We can also get your, facilitate registration for you at events that you're organizing, and would have teams around there as well. So obviously with managers, that is something we can do for you. For the employees, what should really benefit is you'd instantly get notified when the Kobo hits your account. You'd instantly get notified when the Kobri hits your account.
Sorry, I have a question
from
YouTube.
Yes,
It says, what's the difference between organizations and businesses for the merchant payment process?
So I mentioned non-profit. I mentioned non-profit organizations and I mentioned businesses. So the ones that are into profit making and others that are not into profit making. So that is what I mentioned as well. So is that clear? Is that clear? So for those of you online as well, I mentioned that the offer is also for you if you're in country. Also for Una, we don't take board belly the other side. But if you're in country and you have a business and you want to have a merchant registration done, I'll announce the number again. We'll also share a link. If you upload the documents that are required before 4 p.m., you could win yourself, like I mentioned, 3 months of fiber to the home connectivity from AfriCell and AfriMoney. After 90 days, when that expires, paying for VAT service is exclusively done via AfriMoney. So you could get that done as well. So I was mentioning the benefits you get from bulk payment solution is the fact that once the Kobo Kobo hits your account, you get the notification. So you also reduce the potential of getting people then go follow you after, you don't go take your money in a bank, you then a plastic bag and somebody go cut your bag open. It eliminates that completely, entirely. So what you do is you have money in your AfriMoney wallet that you could use to pay bills, to buy airtime, to do as much as you can with your AfriMoney wallet. So you have access to thousands of agents all across the country. Our POSs are the most short places you could go to, like I mentioned earlier, to have cash out done or any transaction that has to do with AfriMoney. But obviously there are agents all across the country as well. You could also pay bills, as mentioned, so you don't have to spend. We have eliminated the extras that you spend on transportation from one place to the other to go to where an EDSA agent is to have that bill. You know, you buy the code and you go back home and you have it entered on your meter to get light. So we have eliminated all of that. You see how long that process is, eh? You have to now go find a keke or okada or taxi or poda. You pay, you go, you get the code, you have to come back home, same process before you get to the meter and enter it. So now you could be sitting comfortably in your living room and you dial *161#, you go to bill payment and you buy that EDSA top up for your meter. And again, let me mention that once you do it from the 1st to the 10th, starting, of course, every month, and in April too, it's still ongoing. In April, once you do that, you get 10% cash back directly into your wallet. So obviously, I mean, as mentioned with merchants, you could do a lot of payments for petrol as well and fuel. You could go to Connex, any one of the Connex stations across the country and use AfriMoney merchant code that you see at the Connex station and pay. So supermarkets, you could go to and get your groceries shopping done. It's very convenient once you have that sign up. Now, so there are several advantages you could get from having using AfriMoney. Long list of them. There are nine set of advantages you could get as well from the bulk payment that we provide. Because of time, I would not go through them. I might share it, Edlin, so the others who are participating online would get and do that. All right. So Edlin wants me to go on. Yeah. I'm talking sweet, eh? Can I have water, please? I can eat if I want to eat. For those who are being served. Yeah. But I think there are some who are fasting. Yeah. But if you can eat, please eat. So why are we asking you to choose AfriMoney? Because you can use AfriMoney as a wallet to save money. Hold on, you want to ask a question? Hold on, I'll come to you later. It's safe, it's secured. We have agents across the nation. It's easily accessible. Of course, it's secured. It's a secured application that you could use, especially for those who want to use bulk payments. It's user-friendly, and of course, it's one that. So let me mention my personal experience. It is not because I represent AfriMoney, but I don't think I walk around with physical. I think this mic is out of. This one is out of battery. Let me have that other mic. Uncle Mo, I hope my sweet talking has not offended your equipment. So yes, let me share my personal experience. I seldom walk around with cash now because I know exactly what's on the AfriMoney platform and what I can basically do. So wherever I go to grocery shopping, to go get fuel, wherever I go, I do have my AfriMoney wallet loaded and I can pay for whatever I want. So again, let me mention before I close, Jane, next slide. Yes, you have a question.
You were just mentioning that you don't walk around with cash. But what if you meet a merchant who is a mobile money merchant, but it's for oil? You guys do platform transactions?
So I mentioned that yes, we do send money across network. So if you go back, Jane, go back to the slide where we have. Yes, do from AfriMoney to your other number. I'm not to your other number. You have to understand that it has to be to your other number. No, it's not. It's not a taboo. You have to understand it to your other number. To your other number. So let's show you what's on the platform. So we asked that's why we're saying what's on the USSD platform. If you go to money transfer, you could see that you have send to AfriMoney registered number, send to AfriMoney unregistered number, make a donation, send to others, or send to other networks. Okay? You see, it's listed there. You could have that done. Are you registered? Do you have a registration with us? So you are not going to register for this. But anyways, as it is now in the room, yes, Edlin.
So another question. It says for AfriMoney bulk payments, are there limits to amount of money held in the wallet?
So the criteria can be set. So the criteria can be set. Thankfully, my corporate sales manager, Alfred, is just joining us on a corporate sales team who've worked on and have been working behind the scenes. So the criteria can be set based on what you want. So once we get your details and we get to know what you expect to have in your wallet at the end of every transaction, that criteria can be set. So whatever limit you want to get done, we would set that criteria and you can deposit whatever you want at any given time. Another question? You wanted to ask a question, sir? Can someone pass the microphone so we get a question? Don't forget that if you do any AfriMoney transaction right now, apart from sending money to someone else, if your AfriMoney account has not been active, you get it activated now by registering or by changing your PIN. You would stand the chance to spin the digital wheel, which we're going to show you in a little while. And that digital wheel would give you the opportunity to win, I showed you already, a 4G router. You could also win 500 Leons airtime, which is in the old Leons, 500,000 Leons airtime. So do one activity now. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I transact business and I'm having my private AfriMoney account, so if I send money to someone who is an agent, will I be paying interest rate or will I be paying for that payment I make?
So when you transfer, I mentioned that at the moment, we are the only mobile money operator in the country that has the offer to send money for free. So if you're sending money from one AfriMoney number to another, that process is absolutely free. I would underline free, and I'll spell it in uppercase letters, capital letters. It's F-R-E-E. I'll underline, I'll bold, and I'll circle that it's free. There's no cost, no charge attached to that. The only time you get to pay a charge is when you are cashing out. So if you're doing a cash out, you have to pay the cash out charges. But sending money is absolutely free. Again, cashing in is absolutely free. You don't have to pay a single cent for cashing in. So if you go to an agent and they're saying to cash in you have to pay 5 Leons extra or 10 Leons extra, or you have to add 15 Leons on top of it, tell them we say from AfriMoney that is absolutely free.
So if I'm sending, say, 100 Leons to the person and the person needs 100 Leons from me, should I just send the 100 Leons?
Okay, so that is where there's a cash out fee that's included in it. So you have to, if you're doing a cash out process, it's easy as well to get the cash out process done. So the burden is from the sender and not from the recipient. So you could have the cash out done. You'd rather ask the person to send you an agent's number, so you do the transaction from your end, so that the recipient goes and gets exact amounts that you are sending. So if you're doing the transaction of 100 Leons, you now have to add the cash out fee to that, so that the recipient receives exactly 100 Leons. Capiche? Understand? All right. Any more questions? Are you trying to get the AfriMoney activity done? If you need to cash in, Mama Dubari is in the other room. You could reach out to him so that you'd have the cash in done. 100 Leons, 50 Leons. Do a cash in at the moment, and you could get a chance to spin the digital win. So let's get one person do it. You spin and see. If that person wins, then you get to realize that what we are really saying is really, really what we are going to do here this afternoon. Jane, you have to go to Mambano now. Let's switch over, get the digital wheel up on screen so we would see it, and move on with that bit of the presentation. A question? So don't forget to sign up. It's merchant payments. You can sign up. Reach out to the number I announced, 077-928-547 with your documents. If it's a non-governmental organization, please send us a minute of your last meeting, your registration documents, and you could also get us the ID of nominee from your organization. But if it's a business, we have to have the ID card of the owner. We also need to have the registration documents, and then you would have a contract that will be signed to say that you are ready for us to offer you the service, and then we'll proceed with that. So let me show you the digital wheel, where you have a router with 1 month subscription and 500 leones airtime. So once you get an activity done now, okay, you get. So Mamadou, let's try it with no particular number. Just spin it for me and let's see where it's going to land. So Mamadou is coming with. Let's do it quick. Edlina, how much time do we still have?
This is lunchtime, so you can go ahead. Kippy will coordinate, but we have a question from online as well. It says, do you have web payment APIs for integrating with your service? If yes, can you, what's that word? I can't even see underneath.
Share the link. Share the link.
Share
Yes,
the developer portal URL.
We mentioned, I mentioned that already, that we would share a link where you can have these beats done. And when you were reading out the questions, my colleagues all seated there were all nodding yes, yes. They're all nodding yes. So we can. That's something we can do.
Okay. So if you share the link, we could share the link.
Yes, we'll share the details with you. So Mamadou, let's have a demonstration done. Are we? Do we have anyone who's done a cash in or transaction or something? Have you? You have a cash in? You have a cash in? Someone is doing a cash in as well? Okay, spin. Let's see. Do the spin for us, Mamadou. Spin, let's see what's going to happen. So we're spinning now. So let's spin again, Mamadou. Yeah, you have a winner that's going to try again. So do the recharge now and get. I mean, it could be your lucky day. Do the recharge now and get. So let's see, Mamadou. Who, you have one? Yes. We owe you a router. The router is available and ready right now. Jane, let's bring one router for. let's bring another router. You want to come up in front and let's have that presented to you. Yes. And by the way, please tell us your name and the business that you're running, so that we would know. Obviously, you have a merchant registration with AfriMoney. So let's have you up here. Mariama, could you please present? I know the nickname that you have is Salon Titi. All the way. So have it presented to her. Let's do some cash in. Let's get some cash in done. You could get Let's do some cash in done. You could get to win yourself. This is a router that is preloaded with 1 month 10 Mbps. This is in support of women businesses in Sierra Leone. Let me also mention that we are providing internet connectivity for the Digital Hack Conference as AfriCell and AfriMoney. Do we have someone else? All right, so I mentioned it's preloaded already with 10 Mbps for a month. Let me also say that this router is, it uses battery. So you don't have to rely on your solar power, EDSA power to keep it working. So it has it's portable, you can take it. Let me open it and show you so you believe, you make believe. I see some people still not. So you can connect up to 32 devices too. And it's got a wider radius coverage. Okay, you can connect up to 32 devices, and it's got a wider radius coverage. And yep, and once it's fully charged, you'll be able to use it for up to 6 hours. Once it's fully charged, you'll be able to use it for up to 6 hours. So that's it. That's it. It's portable, very beautiful. Yeah, I can see you are wowing. It's very beautiful. So that is what we do as AfriCell and AfriMoney. If it doesn't have the wow effect, it's not from us. So let me show you the battery as well. So it's got a battery. It's got a battery. Yeah, it's got a battery. So once it's charged, you can use it up for up to 6 hours. So let's get some transactions done, some cash in. Do we have one? Do we have one? Let's spin. Mamadou, let's spin. Let's spin, let's spin, let's spin. We're spinning, we're spinning, we're spinning, we're spinning. Whoa, another router is gone. Jane, can you please present that to another? So the number is also written. The number is also written. If you open the cover, you see the number written there. All you need to do is put on and connect. You could have your password set. You could have your password set. Interesting. This relationship with commercial bank is getting even sweeter. It's getting even tighter. Let's have some more done. So we'll have you connected. You can also recharge your router using AfriMoney exclusively. Exclusively, you could also have the recharge done using AfriMoney. If you don't have money right now, call someone that will trust you. Call someone that will trust you. There are more routers you could do. Who's trying again? Yeah, you try again. You try again, you try again. So to the viewers online, please do not. If you're watching online, please do not be discouraged. Send us your details, your organization's details if you want to register for AfriMoney Merchant, and then you could have free 3 months FTTH connection. 3 months. Yes, Jen, please. The married is sweet. All right, is sweet. So you cash in and then you do an activity. All right? You cash in and then you do an activity. So how do you want to send money? *161 hash is what you use to send money, or *161 *1 hash is what you use to send money. And then you enter the recipient number and you enter the amount, and then you enter your PIN and you get transaction done. The box not empty. There's one. There's the one that I have that's display as well. That could be one. Someone online trying to do it. There's another box. We have 6 more to go. Try again. These devices, Mamadou, these devices are to be won. Let's try again. Let's try again. I don't want to go back with these routers. If I go back, my boss then will cut for me end of month salary. I don't want that to happen. And if you do love me, please let's get some cash in done so that I don't get to go back to the office. 500,000 airtime. Voila. Give us your number and we'll get that sent before the end of the day today. Please, I don't want to go back with these routers. If I go back with them, my salary is going to have a 20%. It's going to have a 20% deduction. I want to take your monies today on the AfriMoney platform. I don't want to go back. Do you have one? You don't have a salon phone, but you can do an eSIM. So we can get you an AfriCell number. You get an eSIM, which is we can have that set up. Airtime, okay. Let's have a spin. So we can get someone to do that for you right now. Our corporate sales director is here. Once we get your details, ID card, she would send to the office. We get the barcode, you scan and have your salon number done. Yes, that can be done right here, right now. So, Charles, Charles. Yeah, that's a corporate sales director. So I've just done a bit of marketing for her. Another. Could you? Edlin is taking pictures. Could you go there and take so you would get a picture taken? No. Let's do it quick. We don't have time for this. Let's do it quick. Please, I don't want to go back with these routers. If I do take them back, I'm going to get a 20% deduction on my salary. Please, I don't want to take them. I don't want to take these routers back. If I do take them, 20% deduction on my salary. So get a deposit done, get a cash in done. We have a winner? Oh, okay, we have a winner. Come on. come on. Edlin, we have another. You're taking some more pictures. You done with this? Okay. All right, okay. So the number, if you open the cover, you see the number. Okay, all you need to do is put the SIM in, plug, and play. All right. So there's another. No. There's a SIM in it already. Yes. I want you to take that picture. A lot of it. Let's get a cash in. Let's get the cash in done. I don't want to go back. Cool to me. Do you have that sign up? You're working on it now? Yeah, we're working on it. Okay, so that will be ready in a bit. So you could once it is set up, get a cash in done for a chance to win yourself 500 Leon's airtime or a router that is preloaded already. That is preloaded already with 10 megabits per second for a month. So it's setup is easy. The SIM card is inserted already. Setup is easy. The SIM card is inserted already. So all you do is plug and play. Okay. Let me also show you that there are antennas inside. Okay. And there's the power cord. And then there's another cable as well that you could use to connect directly to your laptop should you wish, but it's a wireless device. Okay, please be sure that it's got a password, default password, but you could change that to what you want. Remember, we mentioned cybersecurity and protection of your data. This could be one level as well. You change the password, username and password to what you want. Okay. So this is first come, first serve. Once we are done with the routers, that's it. So let's do it quickly. So take the numbers for airtime. We will get them sent to I'm presenting it to you. All right, I'm presenting it. I'm presenting to my very good person. I'm presenting to my very good person. At least she has supported my drive today to say that she doesn't want my salary to get deducted, 20% of my salary to get deducted. So I know you always support, and we are supporting businesses as well. So it's preloaded. It's preloaded already with 10 Mbps.
I want my phone, eh? Yes. Thank you.
All right, so this is, we're only getting the activities done, but this is about providing connectivity for businesses so that you can conduct your businesses online and have transactions done as well. We have, how much time do I have? You all have eaten. I'm hungry now. I need to eat. So about how much time do I have? I need to get this out there outside there then for go, please. If the outside there no go, so if your wallet is loaded already, you could do an activity, buy airtime or data. If your wallet is loaded already, another winner. Oh, Letty, come on. Come on, let's have another picture presenting this to you. Congratulations. You want we can swap that for you if you don't mind. Why are you hiding? All right. Mamadou, I'm going to swap one of the devices for the top up that was one. You know there are banking partners, Echo Bank. We have to ensure that connectivity is perfect. So let's have. That's Kultumi. Kultumi, please present. Yes, Charles, please delete the airtime. Could you go over there and have it presented? These routers should go. I don't want to go back to the office. Okay, for her? Yes. Who? Okay. Another winner. How much do we still have in the box? We still have in the box. That's finished. Okay, so Kultumi, another winner. Kultumi, another winner. So we have a very special presentation to do now. So we just have a new sign up. Kultumi, present to her first, and then. So we have a new sign up. She has just signed up to our eSIM, which is simply electronic SIM that you could use. If you have, of course, if you're using iPhones or Android phones that are of a higher grade, you could have an eSIM prepared for you. And once that is prepared for you, you don't need a physical SIM. It gives you access to the same things you have when you're using a physical SIM. So I'd ask Kultumi. Yes, so we're done with the routers. But you can still, Yes, they can only for merchants registration. The ones online only for merchants registration. Okay? The ones online only for merchants registration. So let's present. So we're out of routers. We had only 10. So if you're spinning again, we cannot give you a router. Maybe we can provide you the airtime, which is 500 Leon's airtime. But you were late. If you had done, thank you. If you had done the registration earlier, it would have been good to me. To our newest sign up for eSIM, you get a router as well. So we enjoy. We are connecting you. Are we fine? And I want to ask a favor, please. Can we get the winners just up front with the devices, so I'll stand there with you and then we have a nice picture together. Please. So I have to show proof. I have to show proof of work. I have to show proof of work that I was
Someone
there.
is asking on
Yes.
online, what's the cost of the router?
All right.
The cost for the router is 2,000 and it comes with 3 Mbps valid for 30 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so let's have. Ladies, other winners, please join us quickly.
So you should give that to a woman.
Kippy, why are you hiding? Come. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So as I take my exit, let me also mention, please, if you're online, but if you own a business, I announced the number. Please reach out to Mamadou Barry. He would facilitate registration of your business as a merchant. If you're online, we would share the link and we'll share his contacts as well. Reach out so we'd have the registration done. The number is 077-928-547. Reach out to him. He's on WhatsApp. You could have that done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Right. Right, so can we come back to order, please? Hello, can we come back to order, please? Can we move to the front? Ladies with the routers will assist you to fix them in a minute. So can we ask you all to move forward, please? One, two. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can we ask the ladies at the back to please come forward, please? Thank you. So, we're halfway through, and it's been a fantastic morning, and I think this has all been qualified by the massive winnings that we've just had. Okay, so this morning we've had 2 panel discussions, and one of them being to explore various digital solutions that can help grow Sierra Leone's economy. And we also had to explore how the government is using technology to enable women to do better business. And we've had panelists that have really shared not only their experience, but also shared with us how best we can transform our own digital space. We've seen videos which is showcasing women already women already working in technology and within the digital space. So without further ado, we would like to invite again the Managing Director for ELBA to introduce our keynote speaker and take us through to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kippy, doing a great job. And Ms. Kultumi as well. Thank you very much, guys. All right, so I'm extremely excited to introduce our keynote speaker because I have benefited from her organization for approximately 5 years now without any personal interaction. When I reached out to her on LinkedIn to invite her to speak at Digital Her, she was very receptive and her acceptance email was very complimentary. Efe Ukala Esquire, an investment private equity lawyer, is the founder of Impact Her. If you don't already have Impact Her, please go to impacther.org and connect. It's a very, very good resource, impacther.org. It's an impact-driven organization that focuses on bridging the financing gap for women-led small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in Africa through investor readiness training, mentorship, market access, and other support. Awarded as the best women's support organization in Africa at the 2022 African Union Summit in Egypt, and distinguished as one of the 2 finalists in the 2023 UN SDG Awards in Rome, Italy, Impact Her has supported over 130,295 African female entrepreneurs in 54 African countries on a given African female-led SMEs access to institutional capital. EFE has contributed towards development of gender-related policies for institutions like the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Africa Development Bank, and United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and designed and created the Africa curriculum for Google's Women Will initiative. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the gender-smart policies that EFE helped develop were adopted by some African presidents. EFE, an advocate for financial inclusion for African women and the prosperity of Africa, has been featured in various global media and has spoken at prestigious institutions, educational and otherwise, on issues relating to financial inclusion in Africa. She has also advised on investment worth over $15 billion in the US market and over $1.3 billion directed into sub-Saharan Africa. In the last 3 years, EFE has been recognized globally for her contribution to women's empowerment, inclusive leadership, activism, and positive impact. She's an inspiration to many, and we feel honored to have her with us today, albeit online. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Efe Ukala Esquire as we eagerly anticipate her message.
Know something new today. I did not know you had benefited from Impactors programs. So thank you for sharing that. That was actually very, very heartwarming. Can you hear me? Please, Esil Media, if you could mute yourself because I'm here. Please. Thank you. Yeah, so this is it's really a pleasure and it's a blessing to be here. And once, as Edlin mentioned, once she reached out, it was an automatic yes, because I feel like we are all here to support each other. We're all here to hold each other's by the hand. So if my time permits, the answer is simple yes. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and visionaries of change, I know you all are in that room. It's a pleasure to really speak with you today. Again, to Edlin and the Elba SL Limited organization, really thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for creating a space where women can meet, learn, and where new friendships and support system can be born. A space where we can actually inspire inclusion. This mission of inspiring inclusion, of creating spaces where dreams are nurtured and voices are heard, reminds me of a story that embodies the very essence of our gathering today. Years ago, in a small village in northern Ghana, a young girl named Mary dreamt of becoming a doctor. However, Mary was confronted with a world that seemed to whisper to her, "This is not for you." But amidst the chorus of doubts and the barriers laid by tradition, there was a different voice, one that spoke to her with conviction and hope. It was the voice of her grandmother, a woman whose spirit was unyielded by the constraints of her own life. Despite having no formal education and being a farmer, a trader, and a mother to 10 children, she consistently carved out space to fuel Mary's dreams and lay the foundation for Mary's dreams to take roots. Most Sunday afternoons, after they had enjoyed the delicacies Mary had prepared for the family, her grandmother would call her out to sit outside with her under the shade of their mango tree, and she would ask her, "Tell me, what is it you want to be in future?" She would ask this question as if she was asking it for the first time. Mary knew better not to ask her grandmother why she was asking her this question for the 100th time. And we know how African parents and grandparents could be, you can't really question them. So Mary would respectfully answer with unwavering conviction, saying, "I would like to be a doctor, Mama." But despite Mary's grandmother's financial constraint, she would tell Mary, "I like it. You would be that one day, my daughter." That singular question was repeated week after week. It became almost like a Sunday ritual. And but that repeated question was a powerful act of inclusion. And I will explain why that is to you later. You see, in that village, no woman had ever become a doctor. So the grandmother's steadfast belief in Mary's dream was actually revolutionary, despite the fact she herself had never spent a day in a classroom. That is a grandmother. By that singular and consistent question, her grandmother fueled Mary's ambition, despite not knowing how it could be achieved, when it would be achieved, or if a miracle was required for it to be achieved, for her grandmother was a poor farmer. However, her grandmother was confident rather, that Mary's dream could somehow one day unlock her full potential. By allowing Mary's dream to take flight, her grandmother wove a thread of inclusivity into the fabric of Mary's confidence, while also quietly challenging and changing the narrative for what girls from that village could inspire to be. Indeed, Mary knew that she had no option but to work hard, and even harder, so that somehow, someday, and maybe with a little stroke of luck, she would be a doctor. Mary's story is a testament of what happens when we commit to inspiring inclusion, to creating a space where dreams of women and girls can achieve their full potential. Mary's story is evident that her grandmother understood the power of inclusion long before it became a subject of discussion for the UN, for International Women's Month, or for discussion in forums such as this. Now, that brings me to the important question that I invite you to ponder with me, which again ties into the theme for this year's International Women's Month, Inspiring Inclusion. So I invite you to ponder on this question with me. What does inspiring inclusion truly mean? What does it mean to you? To me, inspiring inclusion is more than just a theme for International Women's Month. It is a guiding light for us all, especially for us, the vibrant community of African women entrepreneurs. Inspiring inclusion means creating spaces where women's voice can echo with strength, where her ideas can flourish without boundaries, and where her dreams are nurtured by the collective support of a community that sees no limits to what she can achieve. Inspiring inclusion means dismantling the stereotype that designate computer education, science, digital skills as career domains more suited for boys than girls. Inspiring inclusion means addressing the digital divide, where approximately 1.5 million Sierra Leoneans remain isolated from mobile signals and without access to mobile broadband services. Inspiring inclusion to me means bridging the gap in the digital skills, especially in Sierra Leone, where young men are twice as likely as young women to have these essential skills. Inspiring inclusion means each of us committing to lift each other as we rise, but also importantly, inspiring inclusion also means to me holding each other's hand even when we aren't climbing, even when we feel stagnant. It means ensuring that our success is not a solitary journey, but a shared voyage that paves the way for more women to step into their full potential. So as we part ways today, let's carry this question in our hearts and in our minds. Let's be the torch bearers of change, embodying the spirit of inclusion in every action, opening doors for others, holding the hands of others even when we're unsure of where the path leads, and inspiring by our very own being. If we did this, I am convinced that together we can transform the tapestry of entrepreneurship and the digital world with vibrant threads of diversity, unity, and strength. Thank you so much for your time. And here's to us, to our collective journey ahead, to the infinite possibilities that await when we choose to inspire inclusion every single day. Happy International Women's Month, and thank you so much for having me.
Hello, my name is Josie Williams. I'm an IT analyst, an entrepreneur, and also the founder and coordinator. Hello, my name is Josie Williams. I'm an IT analyst, an entrepreneur, and also the founder and coordinator for Salon City Initiative. Salon City Initiative helps young women doing business to thrive and stay in business. One of the foremost challenges we have is to access technology. Many women entrepreneurs in Sierra Leone lack access to reliable internet connectivity, modern devices, and digital tools necessary to compete in the digital marketplace. This digital divide hinders our ability to reach customers access online resources, and grow our businesses. Another significant challenge is digital literacy. Whilst technology has become increasingly important, not all women entrepreneurs possess the necessary digital skills to effectively leverage digital platforms and tools for their businesses. This digital gap limits their ability to harness the full potential of the digital space and adapt to emerging technologies. Additionally, achieving online visibility and effective marketing poses a challenge for women entrepreneurs. In a crowded digital landscape, standing out and reaching target audience requires savvy digital marketing strategies, compelling content creation, and understanding of algorithms and trends. Without these skills, women entrepreneurs may struggle to attract customers and grow their online presence. Lastly, cybersecurity risk looms large in the digital space. With the increased digitalization of business operations and transactions, women entrepreneurs are vulnerable to cyber threats such as data breaches and malware infections. Protecting sensitive information and maintaining trust with customers requires robust cybersecurity measures and awareness. In conclusion, while the digital space offers immense opportunities for women entrepreneurs, it also presents unique challenges that must be addressed. By bridging the digital divide, enhancing digital literacy, empowering women with digital skills, and promoting cybersecurity awareness, we can create a more inclusive and thriving digital ecosystem for women entrepreneurs in Sierra Leone.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Joselda Williams, and we also want to thank our guest speaker, a keynote speaker, all right, for that touching story on inclusion. So now we'll move to another video. Another video for TP Send. Please.
Want to? Yeah, seems like we're having a tiny bit of a technological issue, so we'll move on to the next. We'll move on to the next panel discussion. Okay, seems like we have the video on now. Okay.
incredibly rewarding, offering a front row seat to the tangible impact of our work on learners, especially girls. It's been more than just technology. It's been about creating opportunities, fostering empowerment, and challenging the traditional norms.
Hello everyone, I am Elizabeth Kamara. I joined the team in March 2022. Since then, I become a digital woman, stepping into a role that not only required a knee-high for management, but also a solid understanding of the digital tools that drive our model. Since I joined the TP group, my journey has been nothing short of transformative. The exposure to digital solutions has significantly enhanced my skills and broadened my understanding of digital literacy. It is empowering to work in an environment where technology is not just a tool, but a catalyst for personal and professional growth.
Reflecting on our progress, I am filled with pride in our strides, and the positive changes we've instigated. Our work continues to inspire us, driving us to innovate and push boundaries in the pursuit of educational excellence and equity. My name is Aminata Konde. I am the Chief Information Officer and a Managing Partner at TP Group. Our efforts are geared towards building an ecosystem where every learner, regardless of gender, has the tools and the support to excel and transform their potentials into successes.
Thank you. That was an inspiring video. And moving on, we wanted to engage with our guests in the room and also the listeners and viewers online to discuss very shortly some of the digital resources you can use to do better business that can assist. So I'm sure people in the room have experiences as to what they can use, social media, platforms, websites, trading or marketing resources as well. So I'm actually listing all of them, aren't I?
Of course, almost all of them. So we want this session to be an interactive one. What are the available resources that we can use to better our businesses? I believe all of us here are using digital platform, right? Exactly. So what are some of those resources used to better
do better business?
To do better businesses? So please, our online viewers, kindly send in your comments, all right, on how those platforms have helped you to better your business.
So for example, somebody who's trading, you could use, they have online marketplaces. Even WhatsApp has marketplaces now that you can actually put your catalog out there
and people can purchase from you using those platforms. The days of just sitting in a shop and waiting for somebody to walk in, those are long gone. Yes, that still works. However, you need to have a very robust and thriving social media presence, marketing your goods, marketing your services, marketing your business, so that more people can actually engage with your business and with you as well.
And Kippy, I'll tell you, I don't know when last I actually went to a grocery store, because I just have to go to some business vendors, their WhatsApp status. You get to see exactly what you need, and they have their catalog there. Put what you need, and you get it delivered. You get it delivered. Even the last time that I got my very good greens, it was online from Sanctuary Farms. And I got to pay online via AfriMoney. So Kippy here is using that platform to showcase a business, to promote a business, and we have consumer. I'm a consumer for now. Kippy is a consumer as well. All right, so it's not just about business, because we say we use it for educational empowerment. I'm actually using Duolingo to learn French. Don't ask me to speak French right now. Okay, I'm using a platform that is Coursera, there is Udemy. So there are many platforms there that we could use to improve on ourselves, be it business, be it education, personal interest, friends, keeping up with friends. You know, I have friends that I haven't seen for over 20 years, but it doesn't seem that way, because we have plenty platform that we use to stay in touch. So please, let's get this session very interactive.
And don't forget also, some are paid platforms. Some have in app purchases, but most are free as well. You don't have to have a stash of money to be able to access social media or digital resources to run your business. You can actually run it. You can do websites. I don't really want to advertise for anyone in particular.
Yeah, so for me, personally, two things excite me. One is being able to just do banking transactions on my phone. Like the first time I paid salaries lying in bed, it was like, it was the most exciting. I was like, I'm here lying in bed paying salaries. And that was just, and then you got the notification that said, oh, it's been paid. And you're just like, oh, wow, you can do this now. It took a while, but we got there. The other thing that I find exciting is Canva. And I've probably been using Canva for about, 8 years now or thereabouts. Yes. And it was probably the first one that I paid for, because I couldn't, do you have to pay for this one, you have to pay for this one and what have you. So I just subscribed to it, and I have absolutely no regrets. I've been subscribing for years. And I have always said I'm not a creative person. And Canva makes me feel like I am, because when I create and then my graphic designer teases me, well, you don't have you. Yeah. And then the graphic designers tell you, don't use Canva, it doesn't look professional. I'm like, no, Nasabi.
Your message is going across.
And then there's something else called, is it in step or in it's like Canva. I tried that as well. It made my cucumbers dance, and I was absolutely excited. And I've tried a few videos, a few reels, and when you hear the young people talk about the reels that you've created, you realize, yes, I'm actually making progress with this. And we're never too old to really learn.
At all.
You're never too old to learn or too young to start.
I want to hear from EasyStem. What are some of the resources out there that are available for us?
Well, she already mentioned Canva, because we are going to, most of our presentation and some of our basic design, we use Canva and Photoshop. Then also we have the Google Workspace. It's out there. Some of us know it, but some don't know it. But let me break it down. Google Workspace consists of Gmail, Google Drive, and Google Documents and Google Sheets. These are very, very important. They can help you boost your business, and it has a very high value. So if you understand it and you know your way how to navigate your way around them, it can make your business more simpler. And can I stop here?
Thank you. I think the one I was struggling to remember is InShot.
InShot.
InShot's quite good as well. Yeah, and we've had a couple of banks, our sponsors, EcoBank, SLCB here, and they have, and Rokel Commercial Bank, they have great applications that you can use as well to make banking easier and seamless. And yes, I know there are challenges, but with everything that's starting up, there are usual challenges. We just need to continue to persevere. We just need to continue to reach out to our business account managers or the bank itself and just try to get resolution. And don't forget, if you don't air out the difficulties that you're experiencing with any applications or service, it doesn't get improved. So the more we actually highlight in a constructive way, not just, put it on social media, hey, Rokel Bank, waiting the happen. That sort of stuff. That's that's actually very demeaning to the hard work that a lot of people put in to make their business work. Just reach out to somebody. I always say every person knows somebody in a business. Yeah. It's like we're at AfriCell, for example. I have friends out there that know me. So I'm not really expecting that you go on to Facebook to put on there, oh, AfriCell Network, you don't slow today, or whatever. Just call me. It might be you'd probably be the first person to alert us to maybe an issue that's wider than we realize.
Yeah, saying that brings me, I don't know if you remember a case where somebody went on Twitter and tagged the European Union, tag a lot of other institutions, including our regulator, claiming that we have given the number to somebody else. And when we went to thorough check, we had to call him back and forth. We noticed that his SIM card is an AfriCell SIM card. It's not in the mobile phone. It's another SIM card in the mobile phone. And the good news is, we thank God because each of those SIM cards, they have label. And we also thank God that the SIM card that was there was not an AfriCell one, because we wouldn't have differentiated if it's an AfriCell SIM card or this particular number or another AfriCell SIM card. It was a complete different NMO's number that was in his phone. So he had to take down the post and apologize. So this is very important because somebody within the organization. If you are facing any issue, call somebody and we get to go through it and sort it out for you at the back end, not within the social media network. So we have to use that for constructive feedback, like you said, because when you give constructive feedback, we know that there's a glitch. This is technology is going, all right? It's an evolving space. It's not cast on stone. You will experience an issue and we work on developing it. That's why we have in-house app developers that fix these things as we go along. Yes, there are many ladies here. They are shy to talk. We have TikTokers.
We have exactly. A few. We have here. We have over there.
Experience. You can use mine.
Hello. So back to the apps. I find Flyer Maker on Android. It's very easy to use because you have templates. So if you have a flower shop, you just write flower shop and it brings templates of adverts. So if you're trying to do a promotion or sales or packages, you just write that. And if you're having a Valentine's Day sale, you just write Valentine, or Christmas, you just write Christmas, and it will bring up all the Christmas. And you will say something that relates to what you are doing. So it's called Flyer Maker, and it's free. It has some adverts, but it's just for 5 seconds. Another one is for those of us who like to create websites. I don't know if anybody's into that, but it's called Wix.com. Yeah, Wix. With Wix, you can go on YouTube and then you look at the videos. The problem you're having, you just write it up there. somebody must have had that problem and they'll show you how they got around it. I edit my website myself, even though I know I'm technically inclined to do it myself, but I find it easier to do by myself because there are some days I have some updates that I rather just do rather than get somebody to do it for me. So Flyer Maker, Wix.com, they make your life easy and they're all free. You just have, some of them have monthly fees like the Wix. If you're having an actual website, maybe $7 or so, or $3 or so. That's it.
Thank you.
We all can be very creative, like Evening using Canva.
Hi. I, as a business owner, small business owner, I do have a small hotel, and I use a platform called Little Hotelier that houses all of my reservations, and it'll also send invoices out to the guests. So I do use that platform, and it's very user friendly for me. But if I do need to create any type of content, I'll normally contact Fiverr. Fiverr. And it's also a good opportunity with local Sierra Leoneans, a way to make money, because both of my logos for both of our companies, I paid a freelancer through Fiverr to do that. Sometimes if I need help with a bio, I'll go out to fiverr.com. It saves me time, and it's for people who normally just contract their work out, through freelancing. So that's one of my digital platforms that I use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to share?
Anyone else?
Anyone
And
else?
don't forget, I think there's something else that's quite important to mention, that as a business owner, you also have to own the rights to your business. So, for example, if you're thinking in the future to have a website, it's always a good idea to go and obtain that name and pay for that name, because then, it becomes yours. Obviously, you have to be renewing ownership. And if you have a website, you also have to think of security SSL certificates that you can have on those websites, especially if you have purchasing facilities in there as well. So it's good to have your own domain name. You need to have a professional email address. I'm not saying don't get a Google one, please do. But, most people tend to expect you to have your business name as your email address as well. So it's very important. Email addresses, website, owning your own domain name, etc., etc. So those are good.
So thank you. Do we have any contribution from online? No. Okay, so we'll use this. We would like to call on the managing director for Elba Group to introduce to us our guest speaker. Welcome again.
Hello again. So our guest speaker, Nkemdilim Uwaje Bego, inspired this event. She's the reason why it's the Digital Her event. So I listened to her on a podcast in December while I was trying to figure out what the theme of our second event should be. And I was just so inspired, and I thought, oh, okay, we can do a Digital Her event. And I reached out to her on LinkedIn again, this LinkedIn, immediately after. And then I asked a friend to introduce us. I just reached out to a friend from Nigeria, and I'm like, do you know her? And he said, yeah. Like, could you introduce us? And here we are. Nkemdilim is an information technology professional with an impressive over 15-year cross-sector industry experience in Nigeria, which is Africa's largest emerging economy. She combines strategic digital technology and operational experience with a deep understanding of business transformation, change leadership, and risk oversight. Her entrepreneurial background, involvement in the global and Pan-African technology landscape, and a focus on building the Nigerian technology ecosystem through enabling policy development, investing, education, and mentoring, affords her a deep understanding of cutting-edge innovation, emerging and disruptive technologies, as well as access to a large network of technology leaders, policymakers, and investors across the continent and globally. Nkem Dilim is also a seasoned global speaker who has spoken at over 250 global experts conferences in the last 14 years, including the annual African Development Bank meetings, the European Commission, the Nigerian Economic Summit, the Harvard Africa Business Conference, the World Summit Awards, Africa NXT, Digital Africa Conference, and the UN Youth Connect Conference. Nkem Dilim also has 2 TEDx talks focused on using social media for change, as well as the future of education. She's recognized as an Obama African leader, Forbes top 10 female tech founders in Africa, Global Digital Women top 10 most inspiring women in Africa, Lionesses of Africa top 100 women, and Ventures Africa 42 most innovative Africans. She will speak on the topic Digital Transformation in Africa, Strategies for Professional and Business Development for Women. So if you haven't already done so, I know you have, take out your notebooks or open the Notes app in your device and pay close attention as she shares her expertise with us. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Nkem Dilim Uwaji Bego.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody can hear me. Can I please share my screen so that I can share my presentation? All right, so maybe while we wait for the screen sharing to be enabled, as Adeline has mentioned, my name is Nkem Dilim Uwaji Bego, and I'm the CEO of FutureSoft, a technology company based out of Nigeria. And today I'm going to be speaking to everyone about digital transformation in Africa, and really focus on strategies for success in the next decade with a really clear sort of lens on women, because obviously that's who is in the audience today. And I'm so excited and delighted to be here with you today. And I hope that this would be insightful and that you would enjoy the session. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take some questions at the end. It will be a brief presentation, but I hope that I will be able to provide as much depth as possible. Okay, I think I can share now. All right, perfect. I hope everybody can see my screen. Okay, I think it's up on the slides. All right, so in terms of a quick overview, I'm going to be talking about how digital has evolved over the years, some of the trends that we're seeing in the African landscape, and then just, kind of what is digital transformation? What, do you need to kind of look out for as an organization? And then what strategies can you actually use to inspire inclusion, right? And I think here it's really for me about how do we make sure that we don't leave 50% of the population behind? as we embark on this digital journey, right? And what can we do as business owners and as women and as mothers? What are the things that we can actually do to influence and to ensure that, you know, people, especially women, are equipped for the future, because the future is already here, and digital is not going anywhere, right? So we'll kind of look at some of those strategies a little bit and then sort of look ahead in the next 10 years. And the big question for me is always, what's your plan, right? How are you preparing for this? Are you ready for this? So we'll go to a quick introduction. So digital transformation is not an option, it's a necessity. Organizations that fail to adapt will be left behind. And this is a quote by George Westerman. And I think this really encompasses everything that, you know, is to be said about digital transformation in 2024. You know, it's something that has been an ongoing process. And if you think about how digital has evolved over the years, right, you will really see that Africa has undergone really remarkable digital transformation. And digital transformation, like any other transformation, is always a journey, right? So there are significant milestones that we've seen. It all sort of started by the connectivity, having connectivity to basic internet, and that helped to sort of spur additional development. So we're seeing that people on the continent are embracing digital technologies, and obviously smartphones and mobile technology emerged at some point. And, you know, I think we all know that Africans are very, very rapid adopters of technology. So once it makes sense, once it creates value, we will embrace it and we will adopt it. And this is actually something that's really, really important because it actually has been, you know, a major game changer in terms of connecting people across the continent, within countries, within cities, within villages, and also helping to democratize access to different information as well as services. So what is actually driving this evolution, right? So one of the key drivers actually is policy, believe it or not. So a lot of the time we underestimate policy and we sort of say, oh, it's the startup ecosystem that is driving this, but actually policy on the continent is a very, very strong driver. And when you look at digital, you know, focused policies like startup policies or broadband policies across, you know, the continent, you will see that those policies actually create an enabling environment and address really critical issues in infrastructure development, and creating the opportunity for that technology, right? Obviously, the rapid adoption is also one of the things that has really driven this evolution. And then the investment in last mile internet penetration. So that basically just means that, you know, you start investing into making internet and that last mile available into villages, into rural areas. And then obviously also just continuation of investment in telecommunications infrastructure. And when you look at the investments that have been done in the telco space, that is actually done by the telcos versus what is being done for infrastructure investment around technology and broadband accessibility by the government. In Nigeria, for example, the telco investment is, you know, much, much higher than what the government is investing, which also means that for the telcos, there has to be some level of incentive, right? So that's what policy can then create to ensure that they continue to invest. We've also seen the rise of tech-savvy youths across the continent, and I think this is a key driver, right? And I think this is also, it's a blessing and a curse, because what we're seeing is that a lot of our digital talent is being exported. A lot of the digital talent is going abroad to Canada, to the UK to work there. And the question is, what are we left with, right? And do we have enough of a pipeline that we're generating to ensure that we actually have sustainability in our talent development? So it's really, really sort of a very tricky balance when it comes to, you know, youth and talent on the continent. But I think that's a topic for another day. But I think today Africa really stands at the forefront of digital transformation, with a really growing ecosystem of startups, tech hubs, and innovation centers that are driving change across various sectors. So we're seeing technology play a role in agriculture, play a role in healthcare, play a role in education, play a massive, massive role in financial services. And I think that's really what, this evolution is all about, where technology is embedded into all of the, kind of key sectors. And really the only way to survive in today's ever-changing business landscape is to adapt and embrace digital technology and digital transformation as a whole. So let's look at a couple of trends, right? We've seen the rise of platform-based businesses. So this would be your Airbnb, your Uber, your Jumia, your marketplaces for anything, right? We have local versions of these different apps that I've mentioned, right? And basically what they do is that they create value by fostering partnerships and bringing multiple market sites together and creating values for stakeholders, right? So another thing about them is that they're usually very asset light. And that is the unique part, right? So you have a completely asset-light business, and those are sort of the business models that we're seeing as business models of the future as well. So it's really important to sort of familiarize yourself with these type of trends to really understand where are we going, right? And what should I be doing as a business owner? There is a big focus on sustainability and impact at the moment. So there are more and more ecosystems that are prioritizing sustainability and social impact, that are really aligning business goals with environmental and social objectives. So this is really a shift, and also more sort of like awareness being put on the importance of responsible business practices and the need to address pressing global challenges such as climate change and social inequality, right? And technology is the only tool that can really, sort of accelerate a lot of that. Then you have digital transformation as a standalone, right? So this is basically a process that is accelerating digitalization and driving ecosystem growth, and basically enabling seamless connections and data-driven innovation across industries, and really promoting agility and competitiveness. And the last part is emerging technologies. And I think this is like my favorite trend, because I think this is where we'll really see additional acceleration in how Africans will embrace the digital landscape, right? And so this is emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, blockchain, as well as augmented reality and virtual reality. So those are some of the trends that business owners need to, sort of be aware of, and that you as women should also start exploring and really thinking about how you can leverage those trends in your businesses. Now let's go over to digital transformation. So as I mentioned, digital transformation is a journey. It's not a destination. It's really about reshaping organizations and industries and reimagining the future. And this is Satya Nadella that said this. So a quick definition: digital transformation refers to the process of integrating digital technology into various aspects of an organization or society. So basically, you're fundamentally changing how the organization or the society operates, and you're delivering value to stakeholders. So this involves leveraging digital tools and technologies, and really streamlining processes, improving efficiencies, enhancing customer experience, and really driving innovation using digital. Digital transformation often entails reimagining your business model, right? So I talked about sort of new age business models that are digital first, and really technology driven. It's also about adopting technologies such as cloud computing, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and automation, and really fostering a culture of continuous improvement and agility. The goal of digital transformation is to really look at how can you harness the power of technology to adapt to changing market dynamics and really stay competitive and create sustainable growth and value in this digital age. So when you think about digital transformation from a business perspective, there are a couple of things that you really need to do. One of them is to really audit your current state, right? Where are you? What kind of processes do you have in place? Are they digital? Are they manual? Are they automated? Infrastructure. What does your infrastructure look like? Is it new infrastructure? Is your infrastructure outdated? Do you need to invest in your infrastructure? Same with your network security. What kind of strategies do you have? Do you have a digital strategy as an organization, right? And what does that digital strategy say about security? What does it say about data protection? What does it say about, learning and development within digital, for example? You need to look at, do you have consultants that are working on your projects? What kind of applications are you running? What is the state of your people, right? Are your people super old school and using everything that is paper-based, or are they very modern, very, kind of focused? And how customer-centric are you? Then you would sort of say, okay, let's map our customer journey map so that we can then look at how do we introduce efficiencies using technology, right? So you would look at how do you create a strategy, and there you really focus on customer centricity around your product development and service delivery, really thinking about an omni-channel experience and really thinking about how do you remove friction from this customer journey that you've mapped. You would look at your technology and really think about, should my infrastructure be cloud-based? Should it be hybrid? Should it be, locally hosted? What is our API strategy? What are we doing around data privacy, data protection, data analytics? How do we use those insights that we can get from data to actually run a better business? What are we doing to mitigate risk around cybersecurity? So there are a lot of things that you actually have to think about as a business. And one of the things I always say is that digital transformation is not a project, right? So a lot of business owners tend to, sort of say, oh, my head of technology can handle that. It's just a project, they will know what to optimize. No. What you're doing when you're really embarking on a digital transformation journey is embarking on a business transformation journey, right? And I think that's where, it means that every single manager that is C-level or, or also board members need to understand what digital transformation actually is, right? So you need to invest in your people, in their learning. You need to make sure that they're upskilled. You need to make sure that you are recruiting the right way and the right type of talent, and that you're, really also looking at how do you optimize your employee experience and culture, and how do you drive change management across all of these different processes. And then obviously you need to go to the money, right? You can't have a strategy without a budget. So it's important that you ensure that you calculate not just current costs and costs of what you're going to, really spend immediately in terms of transformation, but also looking at future costs, right? And also thinking about how do you eradicate double spend, right? So we did a digital transformation audit for an organization, and we found about $500,000 of spend that was based on overlaps. What does this mean? This means that there are multiple departments who have bought the same licenses but are not using all, right? So let's say there's a Salesforce application that 5 departments are buying. Each department has about 3 people using it, so 15 in total. And the minimum license that you can buy is for 15 people, right? So now each of these departments has bought a license for 15 people, but they only have 3 people using it, which means that there's actually space for another 12 people, in each of the departments. So 12 times 5 is the excess that they've bought. And they could actually have, as an organization, bought one single license and been able to cater to all the different departments. So it's really important to, sort of look at it from a holistic perspective and really look at it from a business perspective. And then obviously you go into the implementation. And a lot of the time, just to say, for the checklist, you want to make sure that you're actually working with a consultant that understands this and that, has done this before, so that it's not just, you sort of coming up with, ideas that you have. And then you go into the implementation. So this is where you basically sort of look at your operational changes that you need to make, where you kind of look at how do you deliver this within budget, within the timeline, and then how do you also track, right? So how do you make sure that you're actually tracking your progress on intervals and also reporting that if you have a board, back to your board, or just, to your management, or shareholders, investors, stakeholders, whatever you have in your business, right? It's important to make sure that somebody is holding you accountable for the money that you're going to spend, because digital transformation is not cheap, but it has a really big ROI. But in order to understand that, you actually need to track that ROI, right? And another thought on budget is to always treat it as a more of a not treat it as a cost center, but treat it as an investment, right? So once you change that mindset, you'll actually understand that you can get much more benefits from it because it's an investment. Then we'll go over to sort of how do we inspire inclusion. So this is a quote that Edlene asked me to send, and it basically says, embracing digital transformation is not just about technological advancement, it's about fostering a culture of inclusivity where women in Africa can thrive, excel, and contribute meaningfully to the digital economy, right? And I think this is something that's actually really, really important, because we make up 50% of the African population. I saw some statistics that I think by 2030 will actually be 52% of the population. And that means that, we are the majority, but we're not playing in this space, right? Because we've left this for other people. So as an organization, what can you do, right? You can sort of address this through different strategies. One of them is how you hire, right? Promote inclusion by making sure that you have inclusive hiring policies that really prioritize diversity and equity, and in this case, gender, and making sure that you get candidates from diverse backgrounds, and you provide them with equal opportunities. Learning and development. I kind of touched on this a little bit. So it's really, really crucial that you have a very strong learning and development strategy when it comes to digital transformation, because there's a lot of changing of mindsets that needs to happen. There's a lot of skills that need to be acquired in order for you to actually be able to do the implementation side of things, right? So you need to make sure that you have programs that are designed to really cater to the diverse needs and learning styles of your employees, as well as are in line with the strategic goals that your digital transformation project has and your overall business strategy, right? Then there are mentoring programs that you can implement. And here I always sort of think about mentoring from two perspectives, right? Mentoring and reverse mentoring. What does that mean, right? So for example, if you have a board that consists out of the majority of people who are, let's say, 50 plus or older, they probably need reverse mentors, right? They probably need young people who can tell them about technology and about what this actually is going to do for the organization in order to make the right decisions. So it's really important that you figure out, both the mentoring side and the reverse mentoring side, and that there's a focus on ensuring that women are being mentored, right? Most of us need to see it in order to be it. And we can only do that when we have the right type of mentors and role models. So I think that making sure that you support young employees, especially women, as they come into the workforce is really, really key. Employee resource groups is another way of doing this. So this could be having a women's network in your organization with a sort of subgroup that focuses on technology and technology empowerment for women, right? That's something that's really key. And here are just some, kind of aside tips for how you can leverage digital as a woman. Obviously, working from anywhere is a huge advantage. And making sure that you use digital tools to stay organized, both at home and at work, and that you actually understand the digital tools and how to use them, right? And a lot of people are like, oh, but like I never understood this. It's very difficult. Just give it a chance and learn, right? A lot of this stuff is very intuitive. And in order to build a digital first business, you need to have a digital first mindset. And a digital first mindset can only come when you actually have digital mastery, right? So you must invest in your own digital skills, right? You can also build financial freedom by leveraging digital technology-driven investment opportunities, for example. building a digital first business, connecting with other women, right? So LinkedIn is just such a powerful tool. And, for me, I've met a lot of amazing men and women on LinkedIn who, have opened opportunities, opened doors for me, and really connected me to, sort of the things that I'm passionate about. So that is, an avenue that I think every woman here should explore, right? So a lot of the time we're on Instagram and, we are maybe on TikTok, we watch funny videos, we follow our favorite, cooking channel or, our favorite car brands, clothing brands, and things like that. And if you're like me, you do all your shopping off of Instagram. But what are we learning, right? And how are we using it to connect? How are we using it to actually create value for ourselves and our businesses? Are we consuming or are we creating? Are we, selling or are we buying? Those are questions that we need to ask ourselves as business owners. Obviously also participate in socioeconomic and political discussions. I think this is really, really important. Decisions are being made that affect us as part of the society, right? And we're not actually participating in these dialogues. So digital actually allows us to do that without having to go into the marketplace, into the workplace, or anywhere. We can do that from the comfort of our home. And the last part is digital gives you the opportunity to build your personal brand and to really position yourself for opportunities. And these could be local opportunities, they can be Pan-African opportunities, and they can be global opportunities. So I think it's really, really important to make sure that you understand how to really leverage digital. And with that, I'll come to, sort of the end where we look ahead and we sort of look at where are we going? What's the 10-year plan? And I think everyone here, for both themselves and their business, needs to define their vision. What is your long-term vision for the digital age, right? Then you need to set SMART goals. So goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. You have to invest in talent. And the first talent that you have to invest in is yourself, right? So you need to make sure that you have the right type of skills. Then you need to make sure that the people in your organization have the right type of skills and that you have the right type of L&D program to support your team in this journey. You have to embrace innovation, right? How many of you are, for example, using ChatGPT to do your work? How many of you are using virtual, reality tools? How many of you are using AI to create content, to produce images, to produce videos, to produce speeches? You really need to embrace innovation, right? And you need to be adaptable. I think staying agile is the biggest thing that you need to learn because technology changes every 5 minutes. And when we think about the internet, it's only less than 20 years old, right? So that puts a lot of things into perspective. And last but not least, you need to really collaborate for impact. If you have partners that can help you drive impact and sort of help you also address shared challenges, then you actually arrive at your goals much faster. So when you commit to these steps, you can navigate the digital landscape with confidence and you can drive positive change on the continent over the next decade. And I think what I'll leave you with is go think about your digital transformation journey. Engage with your team, craft your vision, start working on your digital transformation strategy, and then implement like your life depends on it, because it really does. Transform your business, transform your mindset, transform the people in your organization. And then once you've done that, keep optimizing, because the future is digital and the future is now. And with that, I'll close and take any questions. Thank you very much.
You can use this.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
Thank you so much, Nkem Dilin, and we're really, really privileged to.
It's very, very important. And also talking about collaboration. If you have somebody that you know that does something which can add value to your business, instead of struggling to do it yourself, reach out and ask. You mentioned that you use Fiverr, for example. That's actually recognizing that there are skills out there, digital skills that you can leverage your business on. So thank you so, so much. I don't know if anyone has any questions. If you don't, then we can move on swiftly to the final panel of the day. Okay, so the final panel of the day is looking at the objective to determine the skills that professional and business women should be acquiring and from where they should be acquiring those skills. The moderator for this panel is Ms. Jasilda Williams. We've already heard from her today. And the panel members are Engineer Shekudine Kamara, who's LEAP Coordinator, Year Leader and Lecturer of Limkokwing at Limkokwing University. Florence L., Women's Banking at the one of our sponsors, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, and Miss Lovetta Bangura, the co-founder, Communications and Operations Lead of Easy STEM. If you can just come up to the platform podium and so for our viewers online, this is as we had previously, encouraging you to reach out, and if you have any comments or questions, please feel free to put them online, and we'll respond to those as soon as possible as we go along. And also for the participants in the venue, the offer is still the same. Thank you.
Hello again, good afternoon. As you heard, my name is Josie Williams, and I'll be taking you through this discussion. We'll be talking about skills professional and business women should acquire. And I'm thrilled to be here with our esteemed panelists. That they've been we have Florence on my left and Lovetta on my right. And I'll go straight into it, because oftentimes we get, we're asking people to go out and look for jobs. People are, what skills would I need to acquire for this type of job? So, Florence, I would like to ask you, as you are in the banking sector, what opportunities do you foresee emerging in the field of digital finance, particularly for women?
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers and the audience here. So for the banking sector, and more especially the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, we believe that banking is not anymore about armchair. People need to have access to finance, access to information. Gone are the days when we think that banking is just for the rich and for the well-to-do or for the educated. So with the digital transformation, the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank has so many tailor-made products that our customers and even potential customers can acquire. There are so many products that we have. As I speak, we have our mobile tellers here that you can open account at the tip of a finger. Within 5 minutes, your account is already opened. So that's the way banking is now in this digital age. And for you, our customers, our esteemed customers, and even our potential customers, we believe that you can have so many skills You can visit our website. We have our social media platforms. And quite recently, we've also embarked on SLCB Money, in which you can be at the comfort of your home and transact your business. We have so many, but as we go ahead, you'll have to learn more about them. Thank you.
So I'll ask you a follow-up question. What is the number one app or tool that many of these women who are doing businesses use at the bank?
Yeah, we don't have any number one because all of these apps and channels are all important in various ways. Gone are the days when you have to walk through your home and come to the bank just to check if your salary has been posted or any payment you're expecting has been posted. We now have SLCB mobile app that you can use to check, and even SMS alert is used to update you about the status of your account. So to say we have a number one app, no, all of them can be used as and when they are necessary.
Thank you very much. Now to Lovetta. From your perspective, which digital skills do you believe are essential for women in business to acquire in today's digital landscape?
Hello again. From my own perspective, the digital skills that I believe that every woman in business should acquire or at least have an idea in about is digital marketing and proficiency in data analysis, social media management, and the basic of cybersecurity. Because like somebody was there talking about cybersecurity, cyberbullying, wherein people can access their information lately. So if you have the basic rules or basic idea about cybersecurity, you can be able to prevent that as a businesswoman or a woman in business. And also we have basic coding, and that one is not mandatory for anybody or particularly, but especially for those women in website management, it's an essential skills for you to have, because in terms of you're able to manage your website and troubleshoot techniques issue, and also you can communicate easily with web developers if there's any issue with your website and everything.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Florence, could you share any learning opportunities? Could you share any learning opportunities or initiative your bank provides to help women enhance their digital finance skills?
Yeah, there are so many of them. But for this discussion, let us limit it to maiden women's banking products. It is a combined savings and loan product that is designed for women engaged in micro, small, and medium-term businesses. So these women are normally in the informal sector, and most often we thought that women in these informal sectors cannot match up those of us in the formal sector, but we are missing the point, because these women, they know how to navigate, how to make profits, how to determine what they are comfortable in paying for. They know how to bargain well. So with our women's banking, we are taking banking to their doorsteps. We have our mobile tellers, because most often they'll say, we want to open an account with your bank, but we cannot leave our businesses to come to the bank. So that is why the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank have mobile tellers. We can demonstrate one here. We have them inside there. They are already opening accounts for some women and also men. So these tellers will be at their business places, their market stalls, to take deposits from them, and also they will have the opportunity to do withdrawals also. Because Sierra Leone Commercial Bank,
basic design fundamental is a key, and also we have digital photography. Not all businesswomen know how to edit their videos properly and how to share them online. Editing your videos and pictures is also a key skill for business women in business. and we have the Google Workspace that I made mention of while I was talking, and Google Workspace, which includes Gmail, Google Drive, Google Documents, and Google Sheets. Sometimes we think they are something that are common knowledge, but actually they are not common knowledge. I can't even remember the last time I have a physical meeting with my team. Most of the time we don't have a meeting through the Google Meet. In terms of putting business idea together, planning and arrangement, we use the Google Documents and Google Sheets. And also I have data analysis. Data analysis is one of the key that you need because the world right now, today's world actually is driven by data. Everything you have to gather data and everything. So having an idea how to clean and interpret data is a key skill. And there are few women in the country that are actually good at it, like Monjama Alpha at DSTI. Well, so I have utilizing the AI tools from our guest speaker, she mentioned the ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI app that actually helps us in terms of writing reports, doing presentation, and everything. So if you need to write a report and do something as a businesswoman, you don't have the time to go and think a lot. You can just put in some few ideas and then you can get a proper and detailed information to guide you through and go into your business. And lastly, we have digital literacy skills. The continuous learning and continuous networking and staying curious help us a lot. Using the internet and trying to stay up to date for the recent trends and technology to boost our business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And may I say I use ChatGTP most of the time to do adverts daily when I do my flyers. Ms. Lawrence, I see for the past 2 years, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank has been upscaling itself, and sometimes we are left saying, wow, so they could do this. Because now we see you having kiosks in some places you've never been at. Now we see you doing float parades. We see your keke, as you said earlier, going to corners, communities that are far-reaching. And I must say, I admire the fact that you are ready for the competition that is out there. As we close, what is your final statement?
Yeah, you just mentioned some of what we are doing at the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, and we are doing even more. So we don't want to be seen as an armchair bank where we'll sit down and wait for our customers. The world is moving into technology, digitally. We see now big data. So many things are coming up in which we need to upscale our performance and our operations. The kiosks you see out there is part of reaching out. It's part of our financial inclusion drive. We are partnering with different non-governmental organizations to meet women at the slum communities, add to rich areas. We are going there. Time is of the essence these days, and so people need to do banking conveniently and in a safe space. So when we are going out, please look out for the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. It is no longer business as usual. We are in for a ride. We are in to outperform the competition and continue to be a superior market leader. The Sierra Leone Commercial Bank is here to stay. It is your bank and it is our bank. Patronize us, be with us, and be part of the magic we are doing presently.
Thank you very much. Lovetta, I was looking through your website and your LinkedIn and Facebook. I see the tremendous work that you're doing across Sierra Leone. Thank you very much for your service. So as we close, I would like you to give a word of motivation to a young woman who's out there, maybe might have finished school, looking forward to what to do. Someone spoke about Fiverr.com, and it's not only there for you to pay and do your logo. Somebody can go there and volunteer and do your skills. So you can be home making money with something you like. Maybe you like to write novels or short stories. So you have a lot of work you can do out there on your phone or on your laptop. So I would like you to give a word out to young women in Sierra Leone who are looking at us and wondering, how can I get into this?
first, as a young woman, I would like to say that stay curious and focus on networking and mentorship programs. And also, there is this an organization that do online training and courses for students and for young people, whether you're a graduate or not. They help us in attaining these digital skills. It's called Ingressive for Good, actually. I actually participated on one of their courses last year for the data analysis. So my advice to young girls out there is for you to be curious and be motivated, go in for opportunities and stay up to date for the latest trends and new technologies idea, and try to make good use of the opportunity and advantage because they're out there. Look for mentorship and find networking. Come to events where you see professionals, they give their feedback and everything. Be part of it and network with those people because they can guide you too.
Thank you very much. Well, there you have it. Stay relevant, stay curious. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. The skills, the skills that professional and business women should be acquiring in order to do business effectively. So this segment's been very important because obviously knowing what you do is not sufficient. You need to be enhancing your value and creating an impressive value chain around you. So like you mentioned earlier, Giselda, you mentioned certain skills that young ladies or women would require to work in the banking sector. And obviously, with the emergence of more digitalization, more jobs are being created within that section. And also, going through Lovetta yourself in STEM, I'm not quite sure how we're encouraging young women to actually see it as a real career, as an opportunity to become something else other than the traditional accountants, etc., etc. Not saying being an accountant is a bad thing. It's a fantastic. But look how you've emerged. You're using Canva. You're using Canva. And I think one of the other things that we should mention in this forum is that accountability, I believe is in Kem Dillon that mentioned accountability, and that goes with your finances as well. Gone are the days where you just pen everything down. You should really be looking at something that helps you project your finances. Banking sector can correct me. You need to be able to have effective accounting management tools. There's lots of them online now that you can use. The Fresh series, I won't name any. But even, I believe we're using something called Built. That's specifically designed for West Africa. And what it does, it takes into account it also takes into account the taxes that you should be paying in a particular country, and incorporates that into the accounting software. And that just really helps make accountability and accounting so much easier for businesses. And it's got all levels, beginners, intermediate, advanced, all levels. So thank you again very much. And we look forward to interacting with you in the future. I'm definitely going to be looking up STEM because she mentioned a few things that I might be interested in. So do we have any questions for the panelists in the room, online? Yes.
Thank you. Thanks so much, ladies. So it's quite unfortunate that the other two people who were supposed to be on this panel are not here, because it was supposed to really be for us to get two main things out of this. One of them was within organizations, what is happening now is because of technology, there's lots of jobs or occupations that are being created within, the space that people are having to hire people from abroad for because we don't have the talent in Sierra Leone. And what we really wanted to get out of this was, what are these jobs and what should people be learning so that they're able to take up some of these jobs? Even if you're already in the tech space, there are probably certain specialized skills that you don't have that they're bringing people in for, and it would be nice for you to be able to learn that. And the one of the other panelists was supposed to be Limcoquing University, because they do a lot of courses, IT courses, and other digital courses for business people and professionals and what have you. So they could have talked a bit more about that, and also about how they now help to place people within these institutions, how they find out from the institutions what these jobs are and what they should be teaching people and all of that. The good news really is we've started a good conversation and we can always continue it. So hopefully we can have a next session which focuses on careers within this space, probably even a job fair or something. This is me saying, who had said, I don't want to do another event soon. Talking about having a job fair. But yes, probably a specific one, a small one or something like that, that we could have. And the other thing that has come up is cyber security. So it would be really good for us to have something that could, bring a bit more out of this for us. Thank you.
Well, as an IT analyst, I can tell you the top 3 or 5 skill sets you need. You need a cybersecurity paper, project management now, because most of these networking jobs that we have are just for like 6 months, a year. So you need a project manager certificate, which I have. You have to get a management system certificate. You have to have that already also. And there's networking, there is digital marketing now, which a lot of companies are looking for specific digital marketing officer, somebody that is what they know. Not just a marketer, a digital marketing officer. So these are all the things you can be looking for. And if you add yourself on LinkedIn and then you make sure you click that you're looking for a job in Freetown, you will see all of these jobs flying around, and they have job requirements, job description. And by the time you look at all of those and you say, no, I don't have this, I don't have that, you go to those free websites and get yourself skilled, get your skill up. Yeah, you upscale yourself. Thank you. You upscale yourself, and by the time you know it, you are able to go back and say, "I can do this job." On Monday, somebody called me from watching at my LinkedIn. She asked somebody who knows somebody that knows me, and they called her like, "Hi, Josilda. So we are looking to fill this position, and this company is saying they only want a female." And I'm saying, well, I really like my job, but I'll try to look for somebody for you, because the job is there. It's been there for 6 months now, and they need a Sierra Leonean, a female Sierra Leonean, and they're insisting they will wait till they get her. Yes, it's still there. And who knows when they will get frustrated and they say, give me anybody.
So it's time to upskill and upskill in the right profession or the profession that's in demand. Okay, so young people out there.
Sorry,
and,
even cybersecurity law, even getting a law degree as a master's or as a certificate, because when you talk about cybersecurity, it has to do with laws. What are the laws of cybersecurity in Sierra Leone might be different from what are the laws in Ghana or England. So you have to, that's something else you have to learn. I'm learning that now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mentioned young people, take note when you're making your choices at university or just before entering university. Just have a look at the needs that are out there and expand. And those of us that are not so young, it's never too late to start using Canva and the other platforms out there. So thank you very much, ladies. This brings us, yes.
Yes, I heard that the scientists are making AI in a way that they will be able to calculate work, some financial balances for the accounts, especially at the bank, that will have to make those accountants to be jobless in the near future. So how best are those accountants prepared to divert their skills to another level?
So that's the question right there. I don't think it's just for the bank.
That for you. I know
I was just going to say, I don't think it's for the bank.
It's not just the accountants, it's all of us. You are a nurse today, you're a doctor today. You might not have that job tomorrow because a robot might take your job. So it's up to you to upscale and make sure you have that job that no robot can take, or no AI, what do you call it, script can take. It's up to you. Yeah, today we are going to the banks. By next 5 years, I might not have to see Florence, whatever she's doing, because they will just, you want to go to the bank, you don't need to go to the bank. I'll pay you from my phone. So it's all of us, not just the accountants.
Yeah,
AI is not there to take anybody's job. AI is there to assist. Like, you spend almost 45 minutes for a teller in a bank, so just to check in your balance and everything. But if they are using an AI powered tool, it can assist them in doing their work much more faster. So instead of spending 45 minutes, you can even spend 5 minutes to 10 seconds there and then get your money and leave. So AI is actually here to assist, not to take away the jobs.
Yeah, but
also, sorry, please. Be mindful also that even with AI, there are people that are averse to technology. You'll still have people that would like to have the human touch. Even with our technology, people are coming from their houses, go through all the hassle just to check their balances. When we have our mobile app, the SMS services, our internet banking, our online banking, they want to have the human touch. So not every one of us will be redundant, and also will be upscaling to meet the current demand.
On that note, I think whilst we were going through the program, I forgot to mention, somebody said ChatGPT. I think it was our last speaker. And most people are aware that with ChatGPT, you need you need to be online to do that, but not anymore with AfriCell. AfriGPT. It's a USSD. it's a USSD model of ChatGPT. So it helps those with the button phone to actually access information. So, technology and transformation is real at AfriCell. So we're making sure that it's inclusive. It's not just for smartphone users. Okay. Yes. It's out there. It's out there. Yes. Okay. So this brings us to a close, and once again, for next steps and where we're going from here, I'd like to introduce again, welcome, the Managing Director of Elba Group, Ms. Edlin Elba.
Thank you so much. Wow, I feel like our heads are about to explode with all the information that we've got today. We need to go back and reflect and process and all of that. And from the conversation online as well, it seems like, they also enjoyed it and got a lot of information out of this. So I'm very grateful to everyone who participated. To our sponsors, of course, AfriCell. So it was a whole team effort from AfriCell. We have Nancy and team, the people who did all of this and this, the people who did the internet, of course, John Conte, right there, just as I'm about to say your name, JK, who did the competition, Andrew, who isn't here today, Kippy and Kultumi, who did a fantastic job up here, and of course, our Shadi, who approves everything and allows all of this to happen. So thank you. To EcoBank as well, thank you very much. Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, PCS Group, and Urukel Commercial Bank for sponsoring this event in diverse ways. Our partners, Salon Titi Initiative, thank you very much. TP Group, SL Media, Mo and team, thank you. And to Impact Her, thank you very much as well. To our speakers, panelists, moderators, keynote speaker, guest speaker, the Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation, to Vida Woods and the other digital women who did the videos, to Insight Magazine, Memuna Fona, who did a wonderful article for us that came out yesterday. Yeah, you saw that, you like that. To Nancy Koroma at the Ministry of Information and Civic Education, who coordinated the media. I met her when I was actually planning this event, and I wanted to use Miata Conference. And they asked her to take me downstairs from the 8th floor right down to Miata Conference. And when we got there, she left. She said, I can leave you now. I said, no, stay with me. Let's look around. I said, you're now my Nancy. And she really is my Nancy now, because I just call her about all the media stuff and what have you. The staff of Empower Africa, we kept them here till about 9 o'clock last night. So thanks a lot to you for that. Elba and Job Search staff, thank you very much. To all our well-wishers, friends and family, and everyone who attended here and online, would like to really thank you. So next steps, there's a lot for us to process. I'm probably going to have to learn some editing skills. We are going to have to learn some editing skills, because if we rely on others, it will cost us quite a lot to do. We'll probably have to go find some more sponsors to edit this, because there's a lot of information here. And if we just leave it like that, then it will get lost. So we need to start putting it out in little bits and pieces, and probably even writing and things like that. So there's a lot of work that needs to go into it. People are asking online as well, what's going to happen after this? How are we going to get some of these digital skills you're talking about? How do we get the internet? What are you going to do to make sure that we get this and that? We're going to facilitate as much as we can in terms of collective action, because that's what we do. We're going to try to, get things moving, to advocate for certain things. I mean, we have a huge network that we can tap into, but we also need information from everybody as well to find out what is it that you want. And one of the first steps for that would be get onto elba-sl.com, register as a service provider or business owner, so we can have these conversations. You can tell us what it is that exactly that you want, because our needs are probably not exactly the same as your needs. We can have smaller Business Connect events. So we try to figure out, what is it that we want to advocate for as women in business and for professional women. We just talked about having a little job fair. We have all kinds of other events that we could have between now and the end of the year, and conversations that we could continue, and things that we could do and learn from each other. So it obviously doesn't stop here. And I look forward to really what the possibilities are, of us coming from here and actually implementing something, because it's real. I mean, we're way behind where we should be. I mean, even yesterday when we put this out, a lady sent a message on Elba and was like, she has this Foundation for Disabled Women in Kenema and Freetown, and she wants them to watch. So she was like, but how can they watch? And I thought, do they have a space? Because I was going to go to AfriCell and say, we need internet over there. And she's like, oh no, they'll be watching individually or what have you. So I was like, okay, fine, send their numbers. And we sent a gig of data to each person and said, okay, use this and what have you. And she sent a picture. Look at us watching. And I'm like, oh, that is so cute. And, that's just one space. And there's so many of those that they have needs and they want to learn. There's a lot of, questions in there. How do we learn? How do we learn with this, with that, with that? So there's so much that we can do to get us going and to share this knowledge that we have and, share our skills and get other people learning as long as the infrastructure and, exists for us to be able to do that. So thank you once again. And thanks to God, because we didn't have any major anything go wrong today, right? Everything. It went smoothly. The internet stayed on, the power stayed on, things stayed on. So we thank God for that. And go home safely, and hopefully we'll connect soon. Thank you.